With Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And still on Signature Evening this evening, want to revisit a subject matter: Trump tariff, strategic steps Nigeria should take. We had that conversation in the past with an ex-bank and financial analyst, Aniche Ndodem Roland. Watch. On our first story on politicals, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, has stated that the ongoing tariff disputes between the United States and other countries pose a significant threat to Nigeria's 323.96 billion naira non-oil and non-energy exports to the United States. President of LCCI, Gabriel Idahosa, stated this during a quarterly press conference on the state of the economy held in Lagos. Idahosa emphasized the need for a strategic, measured and proactive response from the Nigerian government, saying, "We believe the government must intensify diplomatic efforts through our relevant ministries to seek clarity on the rationale behind the tariffs and explore pathways for their reversal or renegotiation." This is particularly important in the light of Nigeria's ban on 25 import items from the USA. Nigeria can also lead discussions around the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and other multilateral platforms to sustain these opportunities. He further explained that Nigeria must reduce its overdependence on a few trading partners by expanding bilateral trade agreements with emerging economies in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. He stressed the importance of aggressively promoting intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. And to throw more light on this subject matter is an ex-banker, a financial analyst, and the CEO of Rugon Capital Limited, Aniche Ndodem Roland, on Trump tariffs, strategic steps Nigeria should take. He will be speaking from a professional angle. Good evening, Ndodem. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you.
On April 2, 2025, Trump announced a sweeping new tariff regime. We'll be looking at what this means. We'll be looking at what it aims at. And then we will look at the strategic steps Nigeria should take in this very trying times, if you ask me. So can you explain what this is all about? Let's even start by understanding Trump's tariff policy, what it means to Nigeria. The 14%, right?
Yeah.
What it means to Nigeria.
Okay, what it means is that for every export from Nigeria to the US, if we slammed, the country will pay a 14% tariff on all goods. More or less like it's a cost on the country. Let's say we are exporting $1 million worth barrels of crude oil. 40% of $1 million is about $140,000. The cost to Nigeria. That's what.
Apart from oil, do we really have stuff we can export as a nation? I'm not talking about.
Yeah, there are so many listed fertilizers. If you Google, you see so many. But the bulk of it is oil and gas, energy, oil and gas, and
I think steel.
No, not steel. Oil and gas and derivatives of oil. The next on the line is fertilizer, which is about 200 million. But crude oil and gas is in the billions. So that's technically what it is. The rest are very minor, which does not have much impact. And so because oil is our mainstay of the country, there's a huge cost on the country because it's a reduction in the country's revenue. But it's not all doom for the country. So the question now is, what are we supposed to do?
We'll get to that point.
Yeah. So the essence of our tariff is not new. Let's not forget, tariff was introduced in Trump's first tenure, and it was targeted at China. That was the main target. It was resolved, but you see, the same China exploited some loopholes in the agreements. You know, America has free trade agreements with Mexico and Canada. With the excess production and productivity in China, what they did was to take their goods to Mexico, and from Mexico route it into America as a trade emanating from Mexico, because it's free of tariffs. Yeah, so this is what has been going on, and it also impacts on trade deficits the American government incurs with China. Nigeria incurs trade deficits with America, so we still have enough room to negotiate that. Oh, American government, we are still at a loss with doing trade with you. This is an extra burden. Can we renegotiate further? Even if it's 8%, 4%, 10%, no matter the percentage, it goes a long way to impact on our revenue. So this is what actually happened. And if you look at it again, the first time, from what I read, Ronald Reagan employed tariffs towards the Japanese manufacturers, because in the 80s they were the highest producers of electronics and cars, and so America slammed tariffs on Japanese goods with the sole aim of Japanese companies establishing their factories in America. And it was achieved. They had a trade representative back then. His name is Robert Lighthizer. If you can Google the name, he was a trade representative of America on behalf of the Reagan administration then. The same man is now a trade advisor to President Trump.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
Someone who's been that relevant way back.
Exactly. So because, you know, they have a very big institution and history of events that's taking place. So the same person is an advisor to Trump, and he was behind the same trade deal with China back then, and currently this present trade deal. So the whole aim is more or less like, let's start afresh again.
Okay, so
And
this
it's
is
not
a
just
fresh order.
Exactly, it's a fresh political order being introduced, and it has ripple effects because it was a deliberate attempt and not just a knee-jerk reaction from maybe Trump. It's something that was thought out right from when he was inaugurated, when he won the election, and when he was inaugurated. He has a group of advisors. I'll refer the viewers to Stephen Mairan, the chief economic advisor of Trump. He put out an open-ed restructuring global trade through tariffs. It was posted in November. It was more or less like a blueprint of how the Trump administration or the American government will go about restructuring global trade. So when you read through it, you could see clearly that it's more of a new global trade order being introduced. With America as the hegemon of global trade, you could see they have their impact in changing the entire global trading platform, the global trading sphere. And so, yes, you could see it had a ripple effect across the globe. But I know they have a principal target of mostly China and the Asian tigers, because you have countries like Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand also being heavy exporters of goods to America. And so this impacts negatively on the trade deficit. And like I explained before on this forum, America has the dollar as the reserve currency. Every country trades to earn dollars, but America does not need to trade to earn dollars. What they just need to do is just print it, and they earn dollar. So for every currency across the globe, from the central bank to Federal Reserve or Bank of England, every currency they churn out, it is a deficit in their books. And so for trade to continue and growth in global trade, America needs to print more and more dollars to finance global trade. Now this has a negative impact on also American economy, because they're losing more of their manufacturing concerns to the Asian tigers, to the Asians, China in particular. And so it also affects their economy. So now what Trump in his mantra is MAGA, make America great again. America was known for productivity in their economy, from electronics to cars to airports, so many things, when they assumed the hegemony. Now, a lot of manufacturing concerns has gone to Asia because of cheap labor, and Trump wants a reversal of it, just like what Reagan achieved in the 80s. So the same thing is there as an advice to him, and they've churned it out. So the question right now is, what will Nigeria do, or even Africa?
We will get to that point, but there is something you pointed out just right now, that this is aimed at reshaping global trade landscape.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'd like to bring it down home. How, looking at the impact now, how does this impact global trade dynamics, and what specific impacts are we to expect in Nigeria's import and export relations with US?
Nigeria has trade deficits with America, and so there should be no cause for alarm. I saw a question where we placed a ban on 25 items from America. I don't think that's the right way to go. It's more or less like a reciprocal measure you are doing towards America. And in this game,
was that not at the same time that Trump had to pause for 90 days the tariff?
Well, for me, you're looking at a big superpower, a big super trading nation, and you are no match for them when it comes to such tit for tat moves, just like what is happening with China
and America.
These are super players. You should leave them in their turf. What we should do is, okay, yes, you've done this. You can open a backdoor channel where negotiations will take place. This should be basically led by the Minister of Finance, with Minister of Trade in the team, and Foreign Affairs, because you have three areas like that where the diplomatic aspect of it, where this is properly negotiated, so that you have a fair deal, because they are open. There are so many countries negotiating with China, with the US, off the scenes. You and I will not be privileged to it, but it's a bit to renegotiate the entire trade deal, which is a good asset, not placing a ban. You send the wrong signal that you are heading for a confrontation. That's the diplomatic side of it. And when they look at you, okay, you want to engage in me in a diplomatic that, I don't think we will come out better, because we are import dependent. So America has the latitude with their size of the economy and the dollar. They will outsmart the country. So the best bet for the country is raise a team, go and negotiate, which makes more sense. I'm happy Trump's advice on Africa met the president in France. And so that's the beginning of a leeway or a room for discussions, so that we can navigate our way off these high tariffs. 40% is amongst the least amongst all countries.
Because China has more.
We shouldn't be
5%.
We shouldn't be drinking fencing for China. They'll sort themselves out.
Definitely.
But we, as our own, say, okay, what do we need to do?
what do we need to do will certainly be the last question that you have to answer. I want to believe that there must be something to be done to ease it up for Nigerians. But these other things that Nigeria also exports to US other than crude, will they be affected? I mean,
yes,
the agricultural products,
it's across.
flour, life plants, nuts.
The question is, anything about trade is the underlying factor is how do you generate energy so that manufacturing concerns can have access to cheap energy to manufacture and produce goods that will be competitive in the international market. There is no way any factory will run on diesel and be competitive when it comes to exports.
Okay. So in what ways can Trump's tariff policies maybe indirectly affect trade between Nigeria and other foreign allies?
Okay. The question now is, there were heavy hitters of those tariffs, and the whole aim is for those countries like China, Taiwan, Vietnam, they should all set up their factories in America and employ Americans. That's the aim. That's the aim, and they're going to achieve it. If you Google further, you will see countries, you will see big firms are beginning to move or are making plans to site factories in America to avoid those tariffs. It's a good move. And so, whether anybody likes it or not, Trump is only out for his country and country alone. We in Nigeria should be looking at our own interests. It's okay, this has happened. What do we do? Not just for the short term, but for the long term.
And so what do we do with them?
Okay. Now, that's one. If you look at the entire plan, it has all been coming in phases, and this is just one aspect. Now, in every trade across the country, you have what underlines it is the payment channel, and so that countries are swapping. You're swapping from China to yuan, naira to dollar, dollar to Swiss francs, and all that. Now you have a payment channel that carries all the payments, which goes to the heart of what Trump tries to do. It's all about controlling the entire global payment landscape. And if you're not aware, the global payment landscape has been in existence since 1973. SWIFT. From 1973 to today is about 52 years. Is old and outdated. And so there needs to be a change in it so that countries can trade very fast, very cheap, and it's easily accessible. That's one aspect of it. Now, two, even countries with their foreign reserve, you will see countries like the Europeans and the Asians, they've been accumulating gold as an alternative to the
currency,
dollar, as a reserve. Let me paint it this way. All the currencies of the world are all like swimming in the river. That river is the debt system which we operate in. Like I said, for every currency that goes into circulation, it comes out as a form of debt. Yeah. So every currency is more or less like swimming on the tide, which was actually anchored before on gold in 1974, before it was removed. Now every country has accumulated so much debt that their assets no longer matches the debt. And so the question now is, how do we pay the debt? Because no matter the volume of trade we are doing as a country, our debt keeps rising. And so what countries, European countries, America and Europe are doing in line with this trade is to, okay, we will need to knock off a big chunk of the debts so that we don't have much conflict in our trades. And the major thing they are doing is they've been accumulating gold over time. This is just one aspect. If you're following the price of gold from last year, the price of gold has been accumulating, was running about $2,000 last year. Today is about $3,200. There's a bump in it. And so, the more gold you have in your votes, it gives you enough strength to negotiate at the global scale your trade balance, your trade issues. There's a saying in finance, he who has the gold makes the rules for global trade. And America presently has 8.1 tons, 8.1 thousand tons of gold. That gives them the impetus to change global landscape. Now you find countries like Europe as a bloc, EU as a bloc, and China all wanting to have a stake in changing these rules. So that's the politics behind your global trade. And Europe is going as a bloc, EU, with America. Mind you, in the Bretton Woods in 1944, it was basically America and Europe that determined global trade, the rules for trade. So what is happening now with China and the Asian tigers coming up is, okay, we've increased our trade, we are now like a force. And so we also want to have a stake in deciding global trade. So what we need to do as Nigeria and as a continent, Africa, is we should form as a bloc to sit on the table to negotiate global trade for the continent, so that we don't end up as spectators. They just dish down the trade to you, or they just dish down the terms of the trade for you when negotiating. So when we're coming as a bloc with our own strengths, we'll get a better deal. That's the big picture.
Okay, so aside this monetary order, that's what you're suggesting,
exactly,
right? Are there other things like Nigeria thinking in line of adopting other trade partners?
Yes, we have other trade partners.
Other than US, right?
Other than US. But you could see there's a new order being established.
It's affecting everybody.
It's everybody. Everybody. There's nobody that is escaping it. Okay, even if you want to use China as your new partner, you don't want to trade with America, will you be comfortable holding Chinese yuan in the foreign reserve? That's the question. You know, there's this mantra, de-dollarization, de-dollarization, de-dollarization. Okay, hey, China, China, China. I have asked this question. Will you be comfortable holding Chinese yuan, even in your savings or the first CBN? No. Even the BRICS that are coming on board, none of them is ready to use this currency as a reserve currency. Rather, what they do is they trade in a measure of gold. When they trade, they use an ounce of gold as a form of settlement, with the same gold is priced in dollars. So we're back. So we are back.
It's a vicious cycle.
So we are back to the same cobweb of the dollar as a hedge fund in global trade.
So what policies or reforms exactly are necessary for Nigeria to attract direct investments into the manufacturing sector?
Okay, now, we have so many policies. Tax rebates, tax holidays, all kinds. But as long as your energy is not settled, like if a manufacturer has to come in to use diesel, to pay diesel at almost over 1,000 naira to run his business, you cannot be competitive. You need steady power supply. That is uninterrupted power supply, so that you can be highly productive.
So even if we are looking towards manufacturing, because we have been mocked as being a non-producing nation, and rightly so. So even if we look towards that, because of energy, we are also handicapped here.
Any economic policy anybody tells you, any fine economic policy, and that does not address our energy concerns, we're just wasting our time. Recently, I saw the Aso Villa is going on solar. I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. So, for us to compete as a nation, as a trading nation, we just have to develop our manufacturing base. We have a lot of gray areas to look at, to develop. We've not even looked at feeding ourselves, not to talk of exporting, because it's when you have excess capacity,
you can export.
You can export. So the market is still there for us, yet untapped. Over 100 million Nigerians, a lot of areas to make money, both for the country and to export. As far as our energy concerns, it's not resolved. There's no way. Then you now look at security, which is also a big problem. And also the rule of law. But what is important, we have to be very, very productive as a nation. If we don't address energy, forget any beautiful economic policy you talk about. Everything starts and ends with your energy.
Let's think global. Regional now.
Yeah.
Is there some kind of synergy that can happen with Africa, within Africa as a region, to begin to, see if they can be above the economic situation that is going to come by shifting global trade landscape due to this tariff increase?
Well, I think since secondary school, I've been hearing about the ECOWAS.
I'm sure it's decades ago.
So the ECOWAS with the eco currency, single currency, until date, it has not come up. It has not.
Now, can we really talk about that before you answer the question I asked you? Some francophone countries still share the CFA for as long as I can remember, and it's working. Why there's just a block out of the larger picture? Why can't at least West Africa as a sub-region think in that direction, actualize it, really, not thinking, because we have had a lot of rhetorics?
Okay, like you said, the rhetorics, the blueprint is, those francophone countries are all tied to France. And there's nothing they can do with that. It's even bad that their foreign reserve is all in France, domiciled in France. And so apart from Nigeria, Ghana, and Guinea that are Anglophone, is it in Guinea-Bissau that are Anglophone, and Syria alone? Is it Gambia? And I think very few countries are Anglophone, the rest are all Francophone. So there's nothing, there is that competing interests. Who should lead it? Who will the French France be giving up for another currency? Then which economy is bigger? And Nigeria is bigger. But the question is, can we really absorb the economies of these francophone countries to the detriment of France? These are the big questions. So the question we should be looking at it, I think we should move on as our own, as a country. Just like the way South Africa left Africa and joined the BRICS, so that they can protect their own interests first. You should be thinking about your country first before any other person. It's more or less like just patriotism. Like, okay, yes, we're all in this sinking ship, but I need to protect my house first. When I protect my house and I find excess, I can now start looking at other regions or other countries. So I don't see it taking off, maybe not in my lifetime. I don't see it because of the geopolitics behind it. Mind you, you know about 3 African countries are pulled out from the strongholds of France. The emancipation is not yet complete because their currencies, their foreign reserve is still in France. So by the time maybe they pull it out and they have their foreign currency in the bank in maybe New York or Switzerland, then we'll know that okay, this country is completely free from the strongholds of France. So, but that's the problem. West Africa in particular is facing.
You're saying that regional trade agreements will not sort this matter?
I don't see it sorting itself. Nigeria needs to look out for its own interests first. Because let's tell ourselves the truth, we are no longer the big brother. This idea of big brother Nigeria, not anymore.
So what diplomatic strategies do you think Nigeria should take in order to have favorable trade terms with the United States?
I mentioned before where we should send a team with the Minister of Finance, Trade and Investment, and Foreign Affairs. It goes as a team, and also Nigerian trade partners, trade teams, to discuss these terms. We'll stand a better chance of getting a good deal out of it, and not just placing a ban on America. I don't think that's the right approach, because we are still having trade deficits with America, and it will still push our deficit further down. So we can still negotiate our way out of it, and it's not going to be publicly, it's off camera, because you have a backdoor room for negotiations and like, okay, we'll all come out with a fair deal.
Okay. Well, we keep talking about the big manufacturing companies. What about how can Nigerian government support the small, medium and businesses, medium enterprises in order to boost trade as well, become high in exportations as well?
Like I said before, any beautiful economic policy or roadmap by the federal government that does not address energy, the roadmap to sound 24 hours energy for manufacturing concern, it will just be a waste of time. Any policy where a manufacturer needs to set up a plant to run on diesel is failing at initial stage. You are not going to be competitive. Not going to be. We are talking about Europe, and let's not even go far. You have countries like Egypt producing over 20,000 to 50,000 megawatts of power. South Africa 50,000 megawatts. Nigeria is just 5,000. 5,000 is not even enough for Lagos State as Lagos State alone for them to run 24 hours. 5,000 is not enough.
How much more for the entire country?
For the entire country of over close to 200 million Nigerians.
Now, feelers have it that World Bank is planning to grant Central Bank of Nigeria over $10 million.
Yeah.
Can that help?
Yeah, I saw that. You see, whatever that is happening right now, like I said, the trade from countries, you have a trading platform, the base that supports global trade, which is the payment system. And the payment systems are all outdated and currently being reviewed by Europe and America. And those payment systems are blockchain based to support cross-border payments. What we're using, the SWIFT payment, is an analog. It's very expensive, assuming you want to send money to America.
That's conversation with Ndudi and Nietzsche on Trump's tariff and implication on Nigeria and Nigerians. We'll end our outing this Tuesday evening on Signature Evening. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles as are currently displayed on your screen. My name is Ngozeka Mba. Join us again for the Wednesday, the midweek outing of this show tomorrow.
And my name is Queensley Roland. We will see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. It's always a date. Good night.
Good afternoon and welcome to another episode and edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smokonta. We have a whole lot of stories today, interesting stories for that matter. And of course, today, like I promised, I will be giving you some fashion reviews and we'll be rating it together. Fashions that took place and, you know, wowed us on social media from the AMVCA award. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Cassie is ready to take the witness stand in Diddy's sex trafficking trial, and it sounds like it may be happening as soon as Tuesday based on what her lawyer is saying. Cassie's attorney, Douglas Wigdon, who was outside the federal courthouse where Diddy's trial is going down, said she will be testifying in very short order. Cassie's name was brought up several times during opening arguments and the first day of witness testimony, including when prosecutors claimed Diddy made a male sex worker urinate in her mouth during a freakout. She was forced to attend. Her lawyer says she's brave and courageous for taking the stand and telling her story. Cassie is pregnant and far along in her pregnancy, and her husband Alex Fine was in court Monday. The first day of testimony featured a hotel security guard talking about the Cassie beating video and a male sex worker talking about it, but Cassie is the star witness and she's expected to have the most important testimony. Now let's not forget, I promised to be giving updates on what's going on concerning Diddy's case, because this month will determine his fate. You know, now Cassie, who is the #1 victim, who is Diddy's ex-girlfriend, volunteered to come up and give her own testament, give her own statement, speak her own, you know, case, and try to get it all right. And looking from the story which I just read, it is obvious that she literally went through a lot. And Cassie has been that victim that is ready to come out and speak. She's not scared of nothing. She's not that kind of victim that will come out, write a statement, submit it, and maybe go travel off town like victim number 3 did. So Cassie is expected to give her own statement today. You know, I would review that tomorrow concerning what she said and, you know, what would be his judgment concerning that particular victim, which is Cassie. Now, mind you, she is now in a good and in a recent relationship, which she's expecting a baby for her boyfriend. And we hope that this does not in any way affect their relationship or affect her emotionally or psychologically, you know. And her security too is very, very important, because you can never tell, you know, it's not easy for someone to summon courage and come to court to testify against somebody in the case of sex trafficking, racketeering, and the rest of it. So let's move forward. Denise B. Dot, the girlfriend of popular American rapper Lil Wayne, has accused him of physical abuse. The 38-year-old model made the allegation in an Instagram post on Sunday, expressing her frustration with Lil Wayne. She claimed that the singer dumped her on Mother's Day via text message. She said, and I quote, "Breaking up with someone on Mother's Day is diabolical. Prayers up though. God always pulls me through, walking with faith. Wayne literally kicked me out and my daughter out on Mother's Day. I'm just recovering from surgery. I'm 5 weeks out from a whole mommy makeover. I can't even lift my boxes, but this man has his assistant coming to help kick us out and break up with me through text message." Now, Bidel further requested lawyer recommendation from her followers. You know, this statement was actually posted on Sunday. She made this statement on Sunday via her social media. But the truth is, yes, he threw you out of the house and broke up with you via text message, which is very petty for me. Why didn't you break up with her physically? But nonetheless, there must be a reason why he is breaking up with you on a Mother's Day. We know that Mother's Day is a very significant day for mothers, especially for mothers that have children. But breaking up with her through text message and throwing her out through his assistant out of the house. Don't forget that she is just recovering from surgery. She's just 5 days gone recovering from surgery. So the question is, what could be the reason why Wayne threw her out of the house and broke up with her? He did not see any other day apart from Mother's Day to break up with her. I'm very interested in this particular story. Honestly, I'm definitely going to bring it up for you. Trust me with gist and gossips. Because in as much as how heartbreaking and breaking this is, it is something that needs to be looked into. Because even if you want to break up with somebody, you can wait. What does it happen on Sunday? You could have waited on Monday and you do it. Or you come face to face and tell her, I'm no longer interested in this. I'm done. You and your child leave my house. Then if she refused to, you can now throw her out of the house with the child. But first of all, in fact, the first wrong impression you did is breaking up with her during Mother's Day. And we know how women can be so emotional, and taking Mother's Day very significant in their life. You broke up with her through text message. Offense number 2. Offense number 3. I'm actually speaking from a woman's perspective. Your comment is needed if I'm wrong. Offense number 3. You threw her out not by yourself. You threw her out with your assistant. It's more like you're calling the assistant on phone and you're like, throw that woman with her child out of my house. Offense number 4. She is just coming back from the hospital and she is just recovering from a surgery. One would say this is an act of wickedness, but let's not conclude until we get to the bottom of this. There should be a reason why he did all of this. It can't just happen like that because he's not a crazy person. All right, let's move forward. Tory Lanez was hospitalized in critical condition on Monday after an angry inmate savagely attacked him with a prison shank, stabbing him over a dozen times all over his body, with the rapper suffering collapsed lungs. Tory team says he was stabbed 14 times, including 7 times in his back, 4 times in his torso, twice the back of the head, and once in the left side of his face. Both of his lungs collapsed, and Tory was placed on a breathing apparatus, though he is now breathing on his own according to his camp. Now Tory's rep says he is in pain but is talking normally, in good spirit, and deeply thankful to God for surviving. And he's thanking everyone out there who is supporting him. Tory's attorney said Tory is upbeat. He is a good spirit. He's recovering. He is a strong young man. He's expected to make a recovery. Now note this. Tory was attacked at about 7:20 a.m. according to a state correction official, by another inmate at the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi. Tory was rushed by ambulance to an off-site hospital, then airlifted to Kern Medical Hospital due to the seriousness of his condition. Tory Lanez's legal name is Daystar Peterson. Is serving time for shooting Mega Thee Stallion's feet in 2020 after a party at Kylie Jenner's house in the Hollywood Hills. He was convicted in 2022, and in 2023 he was sentenced to 10 years in prison, California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi. It's located about 120 miles north of Los Angeles. Now this happened at about 7:20 a.m. yesterday, and I wouldn't say what could be the reason behind this, Of course, we know how fights could occur in the prison. We know how things like this could occur in the prison. Someone can collapse. They might be in maybe exchange of words and out of anger, and he stabbed him. Now the question is, how did you even get those weapons to stab somebody? Which means the securities, the policemen, the guardmen are not doing a very good watch on those people. Yes, they are prisoners, but that doesn't mean they are not human beings. Maybe they prefer the fact that someone might die in the prison, because if you're not putting an eye to things like this, yes, we would say that they might not necessarily see everything, every pin, you know, because there are ways to these things. They eat, they have fruits and all that. So maybe that is how the inmate was able to get those sharp objects that he used to stab him. Now, how wicked can somebody be? You stabbed him 4 times at the back, 4 times at the side of his face, and 4 times at the front of his body. Like, what's your point? You want to kill him? You want to kill him? You want to kill your... I don't know. Is it out of jealousy, or maybe he said something out of anger? Because the both of you are in the same prison. You guys are suffering literally the same thing, because he was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for shooting Megan Thee Stallion on the foot in a party. So I don't know why you want to stab him. I don't understand. Maybe there's a follow-up story to this, but the good thing is he is recovering. Thank God he is recovering, because some people would have, you know, gone unconscious or even died, you know. But I think the guardmen, the security men, the policemen should also put an eye to this. They should make sure that things like this do not reoccur again. Now, I know questions would be like, would he go back to that prison? Would he be in the same prison house with that same inmate? I don't think so. I think they'll have to separate them, you know, and maybe give another caution to other inmates to avoid this same, it's not a mistake, this same thing to repeat itself, because this is a human being we're talking about, even though they are prisoners. All right, let's move forward. This year's Cannes Film Festival has outdone itself again, with Hollywood's old guard and rising stars set to hit the red carpet to celebrate the best in independent cinema, as well as some of this year's biggest films, according to one longtime observer. Hollywood's ultimate action star Tom Cruise will be back in the French Riviera resort town to promote what may be his final appearance in the Mission Impossible franchise, while the US director Wes Anderson will surely be accompanied by the star-studded cast of his latest film, The Phoenician Scheme. The 78th Cannes Film Festival starts on Tuesday night and runs until Saturday, when the Palme d'Or top prize is given to one of the 22 films in competition. Winners are closely watched, with a strong showing at Cannes pretending sources at award ceremonies later in the year 2024. Winner Anora took home 5 Oscars, while 2023's Anatomy of the Fall also won 1, and 2019's Parasite memorably became the first non-English language film to win the Best Picture Oscar. The industry is saving its best material for Cannes almost at the expense of the other festivals, as that's where it's most likely to get noticed, he said. In one example, actors Scarlett Johansson, Harris Dickinson, and Kristen Stewart are all making their directorial debut in the UN certain regard second-tier competition at the festival. Even as the film industry revealed in the festival glitz and glamour, its myriad concerns from dwindling audiences to artificial intelligence, as well as wider global certainty and the wars of Gaza and Ukraine still remain on attendees' mind. US President Donald Trump's announcement of the 100% tariff on movies produced outside the country a little over a week before the festival starts will especially be on focus. Roxborough, who added that he didn't expect clarity or conclusions after the proposed tariffs during the festival. Organizers have insisted that the festival focuses solely on film, not politics, but looking at the selections, which includes 2 Iranian films in competition as well as films shot in Ukraine and Gaza. That's not feasible, said Roxborough. The festival has said screenings of Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk, a documentary about the life during the war in Gaza, would serve as a way to honor its subjects, and 3 films about the war in Ukraine would be shown as part of a Ukraine Day event. Take a look.
Tell me, how much fun does it mean returning to this character, but also...
And pull to your left, please. And straight ahead, please.
Your team has been betrayed, Ethan. All your secrets compromised. Everything you are, everything you've done.
Get the hand grenades. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
Call it. Heads.
I'm speaking now to deny my husband's announcement yesterday, which was false.
Eddington, New Mexico, despite its meager population, is quickly being co-opted in online circles.
I'm ready to continue leading our town and fighting the pandemic and the racial and economic...
Package it and say like, hey, this is the box set that you can watch or whatever. I thought last year was sort of a high point for Cannes, and this year it looks like they've topped it again. I mean, we have, some of the biggest films. There's Hollywood films, Mission Impossible 8, the last Mission Impossible film is going to be premiering here. Phoenician Scheme from Wes Anderson, Eddington, Ari Aster movie, a bunch of sort of incredible American independent cinema will be here, and just a slew of the best art house cinema from around the world. It's kind of incredible. It just seems to be getting better and better, and I think maybe it's even dangerous. I mean, if there's a monopoly commission for film festivals, maybe they should start investigating Cannes, because they just seem to be dominating the market.
On a toujours besoin de toi. Non, fais pas celui qui... Ça fait vibrer quand même.
I might continue in covering the subject, but actually right next to, I have a little area right next to where I edit.
It seems that in almost all aspects, whether it's the film industry, whether it's the sort of the art house world, or the people who are crazy about sort of Oscar-winning films, everybody is looking to Cannes to be the selectors, to be the curators, to pick the 10, 12, 15 amazing films that everybody has to see this year. That's always been the case to a certain degree with Cannes, but it just seems to be getting more and more. The selection keeps getting better, and the focus is getting more and more on this festival. And it seems, I think, anyone who has a film of any quality, they want to bring it to Cannes. They're almost ignoring the other festivals and focusing entirely here.
Right, any questions?
Do we get given lunch?
You don't get lunch. You bring your lunch.
Is it Did everyone else got lunch? Has everyone else got lunch?
Yeah.
I didn't bring lunch.
It's fascinating to see that not only sort of the main selection and but all across the various sidebars in Cannes, you have quite incredible films, kind of movies that everybody wants to see. And premier among them because of their directors. You have three huge stars, Scarlett Johansson, Harris Dickinson, Kirsten Stewart, who are all going behind the camera for the first time and have made their directorial debuts, which are all going to premiere here in Cannes. Again, it's the kind of it's the idea that these directors, these stars know this is where the focus is going to be. If I'm going to make an independent movie and I want people to pay attention to it, this is where I have to bring it. I think it's in some ways a consequence of Cannes' success. They just can't avoid that type of attention. The world's media is here to cover the festival, to cover the films, and they are going to ask those questions about the politics, about the way, what's happening in the world. I think the Cannes, especially the festival heads, will try to avoid taking any political stances and probably say it's all about the movies, watch the movies and talk about the movies, but I think it's going to be inevitable that people are also going to talk about the world outside the red carpet and outside this little bubble in Cannes.
But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country.
Nobody wants to be talking about tariffs and Trump here, but in the industry, everybody's going to be talking about it because depending on what happens with U.S. tariffs, with new taxes or whatever are implemented, it could have a huge impact on the independent film industry. I don't think there'll be any conclusions that people will come to. I don't expect clarity about these proposed tariffs in the next 10, 15 days, but it's definitely going to be on everybody's mind, and it's going to be the first thing everybody talks about when they go to a party or go to a premiere or meet at a dinner. The first thing they're going to say is, what do you think about Trump?
R&B superstar Usher on Monday gave the commencement address to Emory University's College of Arts and Science graduating class of Atlanta, Georgia, telling students to be a dreamer. Usher, who has lived in Atlanta, received an honorary doctorate of humane letters from the university. So let's listen to what he said.
It is my honor to confer on you the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa. Congratulations.
Thank you, President Finvez. I put on for my city. Literally put on for my city. You may know me as a musician, a performer, a businessman, but today, yes, today, I stand here with immense gratitude as a recipient for this mimosas. I'm thinking mimosas, sorry. Momentous moment in this historical piece of my career is to be noted. So I tell you, don't be afraid to wander into space that you don't understand. As long as you're bringing passion with you, be willing to stretch. Be a little unrealistic. Be a little delusional even in your pursuit of happiness and fulfillment. And at the same time, be patient. Be respectful of the process. because life is filled with challenges, and they will either make you or break you. But that's a choice, and that choice is yours. I know many of you at some point have questioned, what does a college degree really mean today in a world where credentials can feel overshadowed by clicks and followers and algorithms? Does a diploma still matter? Yes, of course it matters. But it's not the paper that gives the power, it's you. You create the value behind that degree. It is your ambition, it is your integrity, it is your hustle, it is your heart. That's how you lead, that's how you serve, that's how you choose to show up when no one else is watching. This world doesn't need more followers. It needs fearless architects of our future, and that's exactly who you are. Be a dreamer, never stop imagining, be better, fight for a better life, fight for a better world. The goal is beyond our reach, but we can reach as long as we try. And furthermore, we will succeed because we do. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Now, go out there and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, we are not part of the graduating student, but I was almost emotional with that very wonderful speech. That's great. Go be a dreamer, you know, achieve all your dreams. The streets of Colombo, Sri Lanka came alive with tens of thousands of devotees gathered to celebrate Vesak Day on Monday, the country's most revered Buddhist festival. The festival commemorates the three pivotal moments in the life of Buddha: his birth, enlightenment, and death. Colombo streets and temples erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, with towering pandals illustrating Buddha's teachings, lanterns aglow, and twinkling lights that transformed the city into a dazzling spectacle. Devotees were also seeing lightning oil lamps at temples, symbolizing the Buddha's enlightenment and spreading light and wisdom. More than 8,500 free food and drink stalls were set up island-wide to cater to devotees, with the largest stall at Independence Square in Colombo anticipated to serve 35,000 people with complimentary meals and ice cream over a 24-hour period. While Vesak Day is celebrated across Sri Lanka, the capital city, Colombo, draws hundreds of thousands of devotees from around the island for the week-long celebration. Take a look at that.
Here to see Vesak, and it's a lovely experience because we feel it's a feeling of being with everybody around who comes from all parts of the country, and here it's the smell, the what you see, what you feel, it's a lot from your heart. So it's a lovely experience, and I think this Vesak Poson is something very unique to Sri Lanka.
ඔබේ ප්‍රභාෂර මහවත්නි සමග සම්බන්ධ වන හැදෙය. එහුණා අපින් දැන් ජයත හකීට සහතික පත්‍ර ප්‍රදානය ආරම්භ ගිය දහම්කාර ජහන් පොම්පරගේ ප්‍රාථමික ශික්ෂණ ස්ථානය පස්සේ සංවිධානාත්මකව සමරපලන ප්‍රදානය සිදු කිරීම සඳහා අප සූදානම් වන මොහොත. ඒ නිසා
It is a nice experience. On Vesak Day, after going to the temple in the evening, coming to see the decorations, it is a very enjoyable experience. These lanterns are beautiful. A lot of effort has gone into making them.
විශාල පිරිසකට එකවර ආහාර ලබා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙන ලංකාවේ ලොකුම බත්වා පැමිණෙන සියලුම දෙනාට ආහාර සපයන්න අපි සූදානම් වෙනවා. සත්වලන්නේ පොළොව ආමදේ ගොඩක් දැනෙන වඩේ නිවන්න පිරිසුදු සිටින් ආහාර ගන්න පුළුවන් අවස්ථාව උදා කරලා දෙන්න අපි ඔබට මේ දැනට බන්න ඉවසීමෙන් ඉන්න. මොකද තරුපන්තියේ හෝටල් වල ඔබට රස ප්‍රහාණය ලංකාව අභිමානයි විසිත නිසා.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break and the fashion review will be brought to your table. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the fashion review segment. So the EMVCA happened last week, and you would agree with me that it was quite an interesting one, ranging from the cultural night to the award day. And you would agree with me that our fashion designers outdid themselves. We should give them some credit for that, for making the celebrities look spectacular. Now we would be rating some of these outfits. First on the list is Faith Murray. Let's take a look at Faith Murray's outfit and, you know, rate her outfits. We'll be doing this together, okay? Okay, so let's have Etsani to Kura's outfits. Let's review her outfits. Okay. I don't know what to call this, honestly. I don't know what to call the outfits. I don't know what name to give it, but it's beautiful. The color is beautiful. The color is fine. The designer tried his or her best, and of course she had the right body for the outfit. So we will be rating this a 6/10. For me, 6/10, because I don't know what to call the outfit. I don't know how to describe it, but it's actually beautiful, and beautiful on the body of the person. So let's move forward. The third on the list is Desmond Elliot. So let's have Desmond Elliot's outfit on screen. I watched the video and the person was like, okay, this is an elephant himself, because Desmond Elliot is, yes, a veteran actor. We've known him for a very long time before he had to put most of his energy on politics. So his outfit is quite outstanding, quite different from, you know, from the waist to the top is giving, I'm here for political meeting and business, or more like a priest. In fact, up is giving, I'm here for a serious business. While the down part is giving the whole Cinderella vibes, and maybe she forgot her shoes or something. But it's very beautiful. The creativity is nice. I would give it an 8/10. 8/10 for me, because he did something out of the box. So yeah. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Bam Bam, our Achalugo. Let's see what Achalugo wore for the award. This is quite so beautiful and elegant. This is well detailed. You know, I think the designer was trying to do a whole lot with Levy design and with the cape, you know. And I love the fact that the net had to blend with her color. It's so beautiful. Not doing too much, but elegant and outspoken. So for me, Bam Bam is a 10/10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Nana Akua-Addo. Let's review what Nana wore to the award. Oh, okay. Outfit is well detailed. You know, the guest I had yesterday said something about if not because of that white whole thing doing the whole dancing stuff, the outfit is just there. But I love it. There's a whole creativity in it. It is not easy to do this. And Nana is the person that always give us that mouth open when it comes to her outfit. So I'll give her a 10 over 10. Yes, it's very beautiful and creative. I'll give her a 10 over 10. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Liquor Rose. Let's see what's Liquor Rose, who won Best Dressed in African Tradition. The African Day actually in ENVC. Let's see what she won to the award. So she titled this Diamond. And it's giving diamond vibes. You know, it's giving princess vibe. I don't know. There's a whole lot happening in this outfit that is so beautiful for me. The design is outstanding, but not too extravagant. But you know, it gives that pronunciation when you walk in because of the white details and the flower, the diamond, the little shiny thing. So I'll give this a 10 over 10. It's very beautiful. I'll give it a 10 over 10. And next on the list is Mercy Eke. Let's see what Mercy Eke wore to the award. Okay, I think this person is the right diamond lady now. Because every single detail of this clothes is giving blink, blink. This is beautiful. Sometimes I wonder how these designers come up with ideas. It's giving Frozen sister tried to freeze her sister, but she didn't really freeze the sister. So she just, I don't know, you're all locked up in a chain or something. I don't know, but this outfit is beautiful. I think she's the real diamond princess right now. The details perfect, spectacular. The whole design perfect, spectacular. Thank God she didn't even go out to start wearing a neck piece, because I don't know what that would have looked like. So I'll give her 100 over 10. 100 over 10. Yes. So let's move forward. Next on the list is Osas. Let's see what Osas wore to the AMVCA award. All right. You know, our designers, I don't think they're giving them much credit too. Although they did this year, because what in the world is this? This neck thing is giving a dry leaf vibe and a little mushroom by the side or something, but it's quite simple. Not so simple, but outspoken, very pretty, well detailed and outstanding. So I'll give her a 10 over 10. And of course to the designer a 10 over 10, because this is so perfect. And next on the list is Femi David. Let's see what Femi David wore today. Okay, this when I saw this, I don't know what expression I actually gave, because this is what he wore to the cultural day. They said dress cultural, and this is giving caveman vibe. Like, what in the hell is this? What is this? You know, I'm going to I'll give you some credits for the creativity, but for the out, I don't know what to call this. What's the horn thing? I don't know. What's this thing you're putting? Please, let's have the next person. The next on the list is Erenini Osinachi. Let's see what Osinachi wore to the awards. All right, this is another Prince Charming. But what do I call this outfit now? What tribe is this? It's beautiful on him. It's quite creative on him. It's nice. It's outstanding. Out of the box, the whole cap thing I like. I think this is tiny beads or something. They did something very great with the colors, actually, color blending and all. I like. So I'm gonna give him a 9 over 10 for this. A 9 over 10 for this. This outfit is actually great in the body of the person putting it on, so that's it for me. And of course, next on the list is Doyin that surprised each and every person on social media. So let's have Doyin's outfit on screen. All right. This is magnificent. Quotes me wrong, quotes me right. It is a yes or a yes. This is magnificent. This is, what do I call it? Like, what? If Doyin made it to the Met Gala, she's supposed to win Best Dress. Trust me. Because this designer went all out to make sure that, oh my goodness, what is this? Okay, I think that's an AI now. That stuff towards the ending is an AI, which is quite creative. But every single detail is on this dress. This is a tree. This is life. This is nature, and it's so pretty. This is 1000 over 100 for me. It is 1000 over 100 for me. Quote me anyhow you want to. Don't forget that you have your own opinion, because this design, how on earth did this person give this whole root? Oh God, magnificent. She's supposed to win Best Dress. I don't know. She's supposed to win Best Dress for me. All right, so next on the list is Erica. Let's see what Erica wore to the AMVCA award. I think this is the real Cinderella now. Beautiful princess, you know, making the whole magnificent walk. But it's giving a wedding gown vibe, some sort of. But it's pretty, actually. It's very, very, very pretty, magnificent. You know, the glove, the hair. Will I call that a tiara now? Okay, yeah. So I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the details and the design. Is quite out of the box. It's not giving the whole body hug, con body. It's giving the whole ball dress and all that. So it's a 10 over 10 for me. And last on the list is Papaya. Papaya is the last person on the list. Papaya is in French is pawpaw or banana. Quotes me actually. So I think this is very creative, out of the box too. Papaya and Doyin did something out of the box. Did something that not your regular designer would think of. You know, I don't know how they came up with this idea, but it is quite pretty. Very, very pretty. Very, very well detailed. I don't know if she was very comfortable sitting with this actually, but it's nice. I'll give this a 10 over 10 because of the designer and because of the fact that she had to do something out of the box. For the necklace, I don't know if I like that necklace. Maybe they would have done something like, whatever, what do I know? I'm not a designer. But this is very, very pretty. This is very, very nice, very outstanding, special, unique. You know, she and Doyin, great creativity, great design. So this would go for a 10 over 10 for me. Don't forget to always leave your comments in the comment section. Whatever you think about this outfit, I don't mind. We all have the right to our own opinion to all these outfits. So yes, that's all we have for you in the fashion review, and this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time, same station tomorrow for more insights, more drama, more stories from pop, arts, culture, literally everything that has to do with entertainment from all entertainment industry. Follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Nkunta.
Good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, House of Representatives rejects bill on rotational presidency. Osun Assembly endorses Governor Adeleke for second term. Trump says U.S. will lift all sanctions on Syria, and hostage families rally in front of Tel Aviv's American embassy, calling for release of all hostages. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his commitment to Nigeria's development, vowing not to distract or not to be distracted from doing what is right for the country. Speaking through the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, at the launch of a former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido's autobiography on Tuesday, Tinubu emphasized the importance of unity, political inclusivity, and a contest of ideas, not enmity. The minister said the president remains focused on achieving economic stability and national growth despite prevailing challenges. On security, Idris reiterated Tinubu's determination to protect citizens and defend Nigeria's territorial integrity, urging public support for the military's ongoing sacrifices. He also noted that the administration's push for increased national revenue through new tax reforms designed to boost development without overburdening citizens. The House of Representatives on Tuesday rejected a constitutional amendment bill proposing the rotation of the offices of President and Vice Presidents among Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. The bill, which drew the most attention among 7 constitutional alterations proposals up for consideration, was proposed by the majority of lawmakers during the debate. Leading the opposition, Deputy Minority Leader Aliyu Madaki argued that the federal character principle already addresses regional balance and that political parties are best suited to manage power sharing. Other lawmakers warned that enshrining rotation in the Constitution could fuel ethnic and regional tensions. Bello Erifai cautioned that the provision could limit citizens' rights to run for office and create legal uncertainties, especially in cases of presidential succession. While some members, including Minority Whip Ali Isa and Clement Jibo, supported the bill as a path to fairness and inclusion, the House ultimately rejected it through a voice vote. The remaining 6 alteration bills were also turned down but may be reconsidered individually at a later date. The Senate on Tuesday asked the military to urgently redeploy personnel and advance equipment to Borno and Yobe states following a resurgence of attacks by Boko Haram terrorists in the areas. The resolution followed renewed insurgent attacks in the northeast region, including the killing of over a dozen soldiers in Marte, town of the Munguno local government area on Monday, May 12th, and its subsequent assault early Tuesday on Gajiram, the headquarters of the Ngazai local government area. In a motion by the Senate Chief Whip, Tahir Munguno, the lawmakers described the recent development as very disturbing. Munguno observed that the use of modern technologies by the group, including drones, and an increase in the deployment of improved or improvised explosive devices, which have led to high civilian and military casualties, disrupting transportation networks. The Senate subsequently urged the military high command to swiftly redeploy sufficient troops to the region and ensure they are adequately equipped with modern technology to effectively combat the renewed threat. The lawmakers also mandated the committees on the Army and Air Force to monitor and ensure compliance with this resolution. A member of the House of Representatives, Yusuf Gagdi, has claimed that Boko Haram insurgents have seized weapons and military assets worth trillions of naira during attacks on military bases across Nigeria's northeast region. Gagdi made while contributing to a motion moved by Ahmed Satomi from Borno State on the recent fire outbreak at the military arms depot in Giwa Barracks, Maiduguri, and increasing attacks by Boko Haram in Borno and Yobe states. Gaggy noted that the scale of destruction being inflicted by insurgents and military equipment is unprecedented, warning that failure to take swift and decisive action could have the consequences or dire consequences, especially for elected leaders. The National Assembly, he said, had allocated significant funds for the purchase of over 40 combat vehicles and other weapons for the military amounting to trillions of naira to ensure the protection of citizens. The Post-Primary Schools Management Board, PPSMB, is conducting an exam monitoring exercise to ensure the smooth administration of the Senior School Certificate Examination SSCE in ENUGU State, Nigeria. This initiative aims to maintain the integrity and transparency of the examination process, while also promoting a conducive learning environment. Correspondent Ugonne Owalo witnessed examination monitoring for Signature TV.
The PPSMB was created to address the unique challenges facing post-primary education in Enugu State. The board, under the leadership of Father Mbodili, has set for itself the task of quality assurance, staff development, and infrastructure development. The monitoring exercise took the team, led by Father Hilary Mbodili, to some schools in Ezagu local government area where it monitored the conduct of the ongoing Senior School Certificate Examination. The team checked for adherence to examination guidelines, cleanliness, and overall atmosphere in the examination halls. The PPSMB chairman, while addressing students at Community Secondary School and Model Secondary School in Olo, emphasized the importance of hard work and good reading habits to improve their academic performance and ensure a brighter future for themselves and their community. He also warned students against engaging in examination malpractices, which he said undermines the integrity of the education system.
I want to warn you and to advise you. Begin now to cover your syllabus, begin now to read your books. It is no longer business as usual. It's not only in Model Olo. There will be nowhere to run into. If you go to private school, we are there. If you go to mission school, that's where we are based. If you go to public school, that is also our permanent settlement. So there is nowhere to run to. The only shortest cut is to read your books, read your notes. For today, we found your students contributing to 2,000 naira in order to aid malpractice. And the truth is that we cannot smile. We are changing. The supervisor is going and facing panel in this board tomorrow morning. She's facing panel. She continues as a teacher. That's good for her. The person coming to contribute. So, and this indictment, we don't pretend about it. Principals were warned to remain in the hall. Your principal was not in the hall. He's also indicted. He's also coming to the board tomorrow morning.
Father Mbodili encouraged teachers to provide necessary support and guidance to their students to enable them excel in their studies and grow into responsible citizens and leaders.
My dear teachers, for those of you who are still making effort, I want to encourage you. Be diligent, teach the students, do your best. Avoid our trouble by coming to school. We have done it for 2 years, concentrating on punishing offenders. From June 2025, we are bringing a new page, rewarding the most diligent, school after school. That's what we are concentrating on. I'm not talking about 5,000 reward or 10,000 reward. We are going to establish an elaborate reward to reward those who are very diligent, those who have never missed work a whole term. School principals will give us their names. Those who are able to cover their syllables, school principals will give us their names. Such diligent people will come to the headquarters and be rewarded zone after zone, and it's going to be handsome reward.
The exam monitoring exercise is a testimony to the commitment of the PPSMB to ensure improved standards of education in the state, as well as the integrity of the examination process. In Enugu, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
The national leadership of the Trade Union Congress, TUC of Nigeria, has suspended the chairperson of its Rivers State Council over allegations of misconduct and insubordination. The suspension was conveyed in the official letter signed by TUC National President Festus Osifo and Secretary General Nuhu Toro, According to the letter, the chairperson was suspended for granting unauthorized media interviews, despite an earlier warning. He had been issued a query on June 20, 2024, to which he responded with an apology. However, the national leadership deemed his response unconvincing. The letter addressed the state's vice chairperson, Hassan Anka, noted that the chairperson continued to engage the media with inflammatory comments that alleged brought the Congress into disrepute. The TUC expressed deep concern over what it described as a pattern of behavior that undermines the unity and integrity of the organization. As a result, the chairperson has been relieved of his duties with immediate effects pending further review. The Osun State House of Assembly has unanimously passed a vote of confidence in Governor Ademola Adeleke, endorsing him for a second term ahead of the 2026 gubernatorial election. The motion was moved by Adewumi Adeyemi, representing Obokun State Constituency, and seconded by Taufik Olayiwola from Ede South Constituency during Tuesday's plenary session. All 26 members of the Assembly, comprising 25 lawmakers from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and one from the All Progressives Congress (APC), declared their full support for the governor. Presiding over the session, Speaker Adewale Egbedu commended Governor Adeleke's achievements, particularly in honor of his 65th birthday. He praised the governor's commitment to good governance, citing progress made under his 5-point development agenda. Contributing to the discussion, Simeon Popola, representing Boripe Boluwaduro constituency, described the governor as a man of integrity and genuine concern for the welfare of the people. Following deliberations, the Speaker called for a voice vote, which was unanimously upheld by the Assembly. Meanwhile, the New Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) in Osun State has declared his willingness to form a coalition with other opposition parties to defeat Governor Ademola Adeleke in the 2027 gubernatorial election. In a statement issued on Tuesday in Osogbo, the state's capital, and signed by the NNPP state chairman Tosin Odeyemi, the party said it was prepared to support any credible candidate with a strong chance of winning, urging opposition forces to unite for a common goal. However, People's Democratic Party (PDP) dismissed the proposal, saying the NNPP lacks the structure and influence to form meaningful partnerships in the state. PDP spokesperson Oladele Bamiji described Odeyemi's approach as a one-man show, insisting that no serious political party would align with the NNPP under the current circumstances. Despite the criticism, Odeyemi maintains that the focus should be on forming a strategic alliance to end what he called misgovernance in the state. Still to come, alleged fraud, court clears way for Ganduje's trial, rejects bids to halt prosecution. Power outage stifles social and economic activities in burning Kebbi State. To stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the new market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A Kano State High Court has ruled that it has jurisdiction to hear the multi-billion-naira fraud case against the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress (APC), Abdullahi Ganduje, dismissing his attempt to stop the trial. Ganduje, along with 7 other defendants, had filed an application challenging the court's authority to preside over the case. However, in a ruling delivered on Tuesday, Justice Aminat Adamu rejected the plenary objections, deeming them legally incompetent. The Kano State government filed an 11-count charge against Ganduje, his wife Hafsat Umar, and others, accusing them of bribery, conspiracy, misappropriation, and diversion of public funds amounting to billions of naira. Other defendants include Abubakar Bahuro Umar, Abdullahi Umar, Jibrila Mohammed, Lamash Properties Limited, Safari Textiles Limited, and Lasage General Enterprises Limited. Justice Aliyu ruled that the charges filed on May 13, 2024 are valid, and that the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission is legally empowered to investigate criminal matters, not just the police. The judge also issued a summons to Lamash Properties Limited and adjourned the case to July 30 and 31 for further hearing. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) have arrested Lagos-based socialite and businessman Fred Ajudua in Abuja following a Supreme Court ruling that revoked his bail. Ajudua is facing trial for allegedly defrauding a Palestinian businessman, Zad Abu Zalaf, of $1,043,000 US. He was taken into EFCC custody on Tuesday and remains detained. A senior EFCC official confirmed the arrest, although the agency's head of media and publicity, Dele Oyewale, declined to comment. The Supreme Court, in a ruling delivered on May 5, 2025, ordered Ajudua's remand in a correctional facility and overturned the bail earlier granted by the Court of Appeal in 2018. The long-running case, which began in 2005, has experienced multiple delays due to changes in presiding judges. It was last heard by Justice Mojisola Dada of the Lagos High Court, who originally denied Ajudua bail in 2018. That decision was overturned by the appeal court, but has now been reinstated by the Supreme Court. The Apex Court also directed the Chief Judge of Lagos to reassign the case to Justice Dada for continuation of trial. Ajudua is expected to be rearranged soon. Birnin Kebbi, the capital of Kebbi State, has been plunged into darkness following a prolonged power outage disrupting normal social and business activities. The situation has brought frustrations and widespread inconveniences to businesses who lament the economic losses occasioned by the prolonged outage. Correspondent Excellence Benjamin reports.
Kebbi has been grappling with an inconsistent power supply for quite some time now. The erratic electricity has become a norm, with power outage occurring on an hourly basis, sometimes lasting for several hours. This has severely affected business owners in the city who are struggling to cope with the situation. Suraj Danjuma, a Kebbi State resident, emphasized on how the low voltage poses a significant risk to the safety of people as it can lead to electrical hazards, appliance damage, and even accidents.
It's trying to affect some of our electronics by tripping up and tripping down. Sometimes you see the light given to us, if it's so bright, at the end of the day again it's low, which is affecting some of our electronics, especially for those that are using freezer nowadays. We cannot be able to leave our freezer on because of the light issue, because the light is not stable as usual used to be before. But when we try to discover that the NEPA has issues.
Usman Muhammad, a welder, speaks on how he spends money on fuel due to the inconsistent power supply, which has affected his work and has caused great financial loss. Umar Abubakar Dina, Regional Technical Manager, Kaduna Electric Distribution Company, Kebbi State, sympathized with Kebbi State residents for the power outage as they are working tirelessly with the government to address the situation at hand.
We want to use this medium to register our sympathy to the Kebbi State's citizens. Actually, the cause of this outage in Kebbi State, it happens as a result of a windstorm damage which resulted the breakdown of 3 number towers that emanate from Kaenji down to Kebbi State. Presently, it affects not only Kebbi State, but also Sokoto State, and then Niger also is affected. And then state and federal government, the TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, has mobilized the contractors. They are currently now on site, ensuring to restore normal supply to Kebbi State. And then from our own side, Kaduna Electric preferred temporary solution by rationing the supply from Kaduna down to Zamfara, moving to Sokoto, and then finally to Kebbi. That is what we are receiving now. The supply we are receiving now is not enough, we know, but this is a temporary solution. We want the community, the citizens, to bear with us that by the grace of God, everything possible is doing to ensure normal supply is restored.
Residents of Birnin-Kebbi are calling on the government to address the issue of inconsistent power supply, which they believe is hindering the city's economic growth and development as the temperature rises to 45 degrees Celsius. Business owners are also urging the authorities to find a lasting solution to the problem, which would enable them to operate efficiently and effectively. From Birnin-Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin reporting for Signature TV.
The Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, AEDC, is facing mounting challenges following a prolonged power outage in Buhari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Buhari Area Council, home to major communities such as Kubwa, Tutse, Kwarimpa, Sokale, Ushafa, Jigo, Pambara, and Usman Dam, is one of the largest and most densely populated councils in the FCT. It also hosts critical federal institutions, including the headquarters of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Jamb, and the Nigerian Law School. An insider familiar with the situation disclosed that the blackout, which has lasted nearly 2 weeks, is due to a faulty circuit breaker at the Kubwa transmission station. He lamented that the outage has led to daily economic losses running into billions of naira, blaming unnecessary bureaucracy for the delay in resolving the issue. A staff member of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, who spoke on condition of anonymity, confirmed that circuit breaker faults but denied that TCN was overwhelmed. He explained that efforts were underway to restore power, noting that a funding request had been submitted to the Central Bank of Nigeria for the procurement and installation of the replacement breaker. He added that the affected areas had been temporarily connected to the NDIA circuit breaker. However, the load appears to be too much, causing frequent outages due to tripping. Meanwhile, residents have grown impatient and threatened to embark on a protest to demand for their rights to stable electricity having been metered and as genuine taxpayers. The situation continues to generate tension in areas as both residents and business struggle to cope with the prolonged blackout. Health practitioners are raising awareness on breastfeeding as a cornerstone of infant health to empower mothers make informed choices for the well-being of their babies. Nursing students of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus made their appeal when they featured on Signature Morning as part of the activities to mark her 29th annual Health Day with the theme, Breastfeed the Child, Build a Community. One of the guests, Miracle Ozioko, urged nursing mothers to prioritize proper breastfeeding techniques and steer clear of artificial feeding methods. She expressed concern over the growing trend among modern women to rely on formula feeding, emphasizing that breastfeeding offers unmatched benefits for infant health and development.
Breast milk is very important, and that is why, as nurses, we have a crucial role to play with the mothers, especially during the prenatal and the antenatal period. You explain to the mothers that you can't compare breast milk to formula. Those are like milk. They are not gotten from human. Yes, they are not gotten from human. And then breast milk has like so many other nutritional. Breast milk has vitamin A, D, E, K, and also breast milk has so many nutritional contents in it that you cannot compare with formula. Breast milk also has protein in it. It has proteins it has both whey protein and casein protein, which can help to keep the baby for a longer period, especially when like the mother is not there to breastfeed the baby. And also, when you want to compare breast milk and formula, you find out that most babies that they are formula fed, they are usually prone to obesity. But when you breastfeed your baby, the baby has less chances of being obese.
Another guest, Letitia Ibekwe, who highlighted the importance of exclusive breastfeeding, said that breast milk contains antibodies that fight infections, making it the best source of nutrition for babies. Ibekwe explained that artificial feeding methods increase the risk of disease and exposure to germs.
We teach the community the importance of this breastfeeding, and we teach them why mothers and every family needs to imbibe with this particular process. Now, nurses also, they are the ones that they also go for training so that they can get the knowledge and the skill that they need for this particular event, for this particular process. Now, the nurses also, they find out and they identify the problems that could be associated with mothers breastfeeding their babies, while these mothers shy away from this process, and they go ahead to address these issues one after the other, and encouraging and supporting women to breastfeed their babies.
They also called on husbands to play a supportive role in encouraging their wives to breastfeed and care for their babies. The chairman of Gwe West Local Government Area in Benue State, Tosa Victor, has ordered a dusk-to-dawn curfew to curb rising insecurity in the area. Victor said in a statement that the curfew, which begins at 6:30 p.m. daily, takes immediate effect and applies to all movements into and out of the local government. The decision comes in the wake of renewed violence in parts of Benue State, particularly following a series of deadly attacks on Friday, May 9th, 2025, in the neighboring communities of Ayilamo and Jato Aka. At least 9 people were killed when suspected headsmen launched coordinated assaults on both villages. In Jato Aka, over 20 armed attackers invaded the area, killing 6 residents and touching several homes. The violence later spread to Ayilamo, where 3 more people, including a livestock guard, were reportedly murdered. The group chief executive of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Bayo Ojulari, says the company will resume oil drilling in the northern parts of the country. Ojulari stated in an interview with BBC Newshouse that the suspended project will be resumed under his leadership. He said the project will allow previously closed companies to reopen so they can continue operating and bring benefits to the region, which will lead to everyone benefiting from the increased wealth. Former President Muhammadu Buhari had in November 2022 launched a crude oil drilling project in the Kolmani area of the border of Bauchi and Gombe states in the northeast of the country, marking the first time that oil drilling had begun in the north. The NNPC also announced that crude oil drilling in Nasarawa State, located in the north-central part of the country, would commence in March 2023, which is yet to take place. Northerners had expressed joy over the plan by President Buhari to turn the region into an oil-rich zone like the Niger Delta, but the project failed to continue for undisclosed reasons. Still to come, Damascus residents celebrate Trump's decision to remove U.S. sanctions. Carney unveils cabinet aimed at resetting U.S.-Canada ties. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Tuesday he would order the lifting of sanctions on Syria at the behest of Saudi Arabia's crown prince in a huge boost for interim Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara as he seeks to stabilize a country shattered by war. Trump made the surprise announcement during a regional tour that began in Saudi Arabia. The White House said Trump would say hello to Shara during his Saudi visit, indicating a meeting between the president and a former al-Qaeda commander who spent 5 years in a U.S. prison in Iraq would take place Wednesday. 2 sources from the Syrian presidency said Shara would travel to Riyadh to meet Trump. The United States imposed tough sanctions on Syria during the rule of Bashar al-Assad and had kept them in place since he was toppled from power in December after more than 13 years of war. Saudi Arabia had been a leading voice calling for the sanctions to be lifted. Trump said he would remove all sanctions against Syria, saying they had served an important function, but it was now time for Syria to move forward.
There's a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see in Syria. They've had their share of travesty, war, killing, many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Pay my
Syrians in Damascus went to the streets to celebrate the decisions of U.S. President Donald Trump to remove sanctions over Syria on Tuesday. The surprise move was announced despite deep Israeli suspicion of Shara's administration. Israeli officials have continually described Shara as a jihadist, though he severed ties with al-Qaeda in 2016. Trump said he would remove all sanctions, saying they had served an important function, but it was now time for Syria to move forward. He said steps were being taken to restore normal relations with Syria and that the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio would meet his Syrian counterparts this week. The U.S. sanctions imposed when Assad was in power have cut Syria off from the global financial system and deterred foreign investment and trade, hampering efforts to rebuild from the war. United Nations, which has been pushing countries to lift sanctions on Syria, welcomed the move by U.S. government.
To comment, I think we have been supportive of the efforts of the interim authorities to rebuild their country in line with the ideals found in Resolution 2254 and for Syria to help the reconstruction of Syria, to help the Syrian people recover from more than a decade of conflict, a decade of underinvestment. And we continue to support the reconstruction, whether it's physical or psychological, of Syria, for it to be a country where all Syrians of all faiths, of all ethnicities and minorities.
Formerly known as Nusra Front, the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham was al-Qaeda's official wing in Syria until breaking ties in 2016. HTS was officially dissolved in January. The group has been on the UN Security Council, al-Qaeda, and Islamic State sanctions list for more than a decade, subjected to a global assets freeze and arms embargo. There are no UN sanctions on Syria over the civil war. United Nations Human Rights Office reported on Tuesday that the Venezuelan government was intimidating and persecuting dissidents, journalists, and human rights defenders following the 2024 presidential election. UNHR verified the deaths of at least 3 government critics that were in custody of authorities, said UNHR spokesperson Luz Trozo. Following the July presidential 2024 elections, Venezuela's National Electoral Council declared President Nicolas Maduro the winner despite their pushing the vote tallies. The opposition contested these results, proclaiming opposition's Edmundo Gonzalez as the victor, with claims that 73% of vote tallies collected by their supporters at polling centers nationwide indicated Gonzalez had more than double the votes of Maduro. Following nationwide protests against the official results, the government detained over thousands of demonstrators, including high-profile members of the opposition, according to human rights group Foro Panel. At least 894 political opponents remain imprisoned. United Nations aid chief Tom Fletcher on Tuesday said on an Israeli planned aid distribution in the Gaza Strip was a cynical sideshow, a deliberate destruction, a fig leaf for further violence and displacement of Palestinians in the enclave. He told the UN Security Council that no food, medicine, water, or tents have entered the war-torn Palestinian enclave for more than 10 weeks. Israel has said it would not allow the entry of goods and supplies into Gaza until Palestinian militant group Hamas releases all remaining hostages. At the end of the last month, the UN World Food Programme said it had run out of food stocks in Gaza, and U.S. President Donald Trump said that he pushed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to allow the delivery of foods and medicines. Fletcher said the UN has met more than a dozen times with Israeli authorities to discuss their proposed aid distribution model, to find a way to tackle it possible, stressing the minimum conditions needed for UN involvement. Those included the ability to deliver aid to all those in need wherever they are.
Mr. President, our response as humanitarians is to make a single ask of the Council. Let us work. The UN and our partners are desperate to resume humanitarian aid at scale across Gaza in line with the fundamental principles of humanity, impartiality, independence, and neutrality. We have a plan. We have shown we can deliver with tens of thousands of trucks reaching civilians during the ceasefire. We have life-saving supplies ready now at the borders. We can save hundreds of thousands of survivors. We have rigorous mechanisms to ensure our aid gets to civilians and not to Hamas. But Israel denies us access, placing the objective of depopulating Gaza before the lives of civilians. So for anyone still pretending to be in any doubt, the Israeli-designed distribution modality is not the answer. It practically excludes many, including people with disabilities, women, children, the elderly, the wounded. It forces further displacement. It exposes thousands of people to harm.
COGAT, the Israeli military agencies that coordinate aid, met with UN agencies and international aid groups in early April and proposed a structured monitoring and aid entry mechanism. The war in Gaza was triggered on October 7, 2023, when Hamas killed 1,200 people in southern Israel and took some 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Since then, more than 52,700 Palestinians have been killed, according to Gaza health authorities. Yemen's Iran alliance Houthi claims responsibility for a missile launched towards Israel on Tuesday evening, which the Israeli military said it intercepted. Sirens were heard in several places in Israel. The militia group fired a hypersonic ballistic missile towards Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv, according to the group's military spokesperson, Yahya Sarah.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting Lod Airport, Israeli named Ben Gurion, in the occupied area of Jaffa, using a hypersonic ballistic missile. The missile successfully achieved its target, thanks to Allah, and led millions of occupying Zionists to flee to shelters and halting airport operations for nearly an hour. This operation confirms the continued navigation ban on the mentioned airport. All other airlines that have not yet announced a halt to their flights should follow the path of those that have previously announced a halt of flights to airports in occupied Palestine. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that their support operations, as well as the ban on air navigation at Lod Airport and the ban on Israeli maritime navigation in the Red and Arabian Seas, will cease immediately upon the cessation of aggression against Gaza and the lifting of the blockade.
President Donald Trump announced on May 6 that the U.S. would stop bombing the Houthis as the group agreed to stop attacking U.S. ships, part of a 17-month campaign against Red Sea shipping intended to show solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. But the Houthis have continued to fire missiles and drones towards Israel, most of which the Israeli military says it has intercepted, without casualties or serious damage occurring. The Houthis are part of Iran's so-called axis of resistance against Israel and U.S. interests in the Middle East, a group also including Hamas and Lebanon's Hezbollah. Israel has weakened those groups by assassinating top leaders and destroying military infrastructure since the Gaza war began, though Houthi capabilities appear largely intact. Patients were evacuated from the European hospital in Khan Yunis on Tuesday following Israeli strikes. The Gaza Health Ministry said 9 missiles slammed into and around the courtyard of the European hospital in the south of the enclave, killing at least 16 people and wounding 70. The fate of several others remained unclear as rescue operations were underway, a civil emergency official told Reuters. The Israeli military said it had struck a Hamas command center beneath the hospital. It accuses the Hamas of exploiting hospitals, and civilian properties for military purposes, which the group denies. Israeli hostage families marched and protested in front of the American embassy in Tel Aviv on Tuesday, addressing U.S. President Donald Trump, asking him to help in releasing all the remaining hostages held in Gaza. This came a day after Hamas on Monday released Idan Alexander, the last known living American hostage, ahead of the President Donald Trump's visits to the region arrived in Riyadh on Tuesday. U.S. Special Envoy and Hostage Affairs Adam Boyle and Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, met families of hostages for almost 2 hours in Tel Aviv on Tuesday on the 58 hostages still held in Gaza. About 20 are said to be alive. The U.S. officials told families of hostages still held in Gaza to see a better chance of a deal for their release after Washington reached an accord with militant group Hamas for an American hostages' freedom that largely bypassed the Israeli government.
Give up on the hostages and don't give up on the people of Israel. We believe you can end this war and bring all the hostage back home.
I will be forever grateful to you for the important role you played in the release of my uncle Gadi. I am glad that you understand that Benjamin Netanyahu is the obstacle to the release of the hostages. The vast majority of the Israeli public is united in its desire to see the release of all the hostages in an agreement that it includes the end of the war. I call on you, use all your power to pressure the parties and remove the obstacles standing in the way of an agreement. If you do so, your place in history will be forever secured.
Alexander, 21, also an Israeli citizen and soldier, was among the 251 people Israel says were abducted on October 7, 2023, when Hamas launched an attack on Israel that triggered the ongoing war. A federal judge on Tuesday said she is taking control of the New York's troubled Rikers Island jail complex away from city officials and appointing an independent official to oversee it, citing a decade of worsening violent and dangerous conditions inside the facility.
The problems on Rikers are decades in the making. They didn't start January 1st, 2025. Decades. You could go back and look at some of the newsreels when I was 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement Who Care, that I was not a Rikers, I was not a correction officer, but I stood with Rikers officers to talk about the conditions on Rikers Island. That's how long I've been talking about what was happening on Rikers Island. It was a law enforcement entity that was being ignored historically, treated unfairly. The inmates are predominantly black and brown. The correction officers are predominantly black and brown. I think almost 44% are women. They were always treated unfairly.
In a statement, the Legal Aid Society and the law firm Mary Sally Brinkoff, Abadi Awards, and Mazel, which represented inmates in the case, said the appointment marks a critical turning point and overdue acknowledgements that city leadership has proven unable to protect the safety and constitutional rights of incarcerated individuals. The office of Mayor Eric Adams did not immediately respond to a request for a comment. The city had proposed that the current correction commissioner take on the role of compliance director to oversee reforms at Rivers. Today's ruling comes 6 months after Swain found the city and its Department of Correction in contempt of 18 provisions of court orders designed to improve the staff. The city agreed in 2015 to have a court-appointed monitor keep tabs on Rikers and issue regular reports on the conditions, part of a consent decree to settle a class actions lawsuit. There were 6,784 incidents of the use of force at Rikers in 2023, up from 4,652 in 2016. and 33 people had died in custody since 2022, according to figures the judge cited in November. Rikers followed or housed more than 66,000 inmates as of mid-2023, one-fifth of whom suffered from serious mental illness, according to an investigation that year by the City Comptroller's Office. The City Council has previously approved a plan to close Rikers by 2027, open 4 new city jails elsewhere, but the city is not on track to complete the new centers by the deadline. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who won an election last month promising to stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump, unveiled a new cabinet on Tuesday that he said would help define a new relationship with the United States. Carney cut the number of ministers to 29 from 39 under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, but kept some key players in their propositions, such as Finance Minister Francois Philippe Champagne and Dominic LeBlanc, who is in charge of U.S. trade. But he moved Melanie Joly from Foreign Affairs Ministry and after 4 years and replaced her with Anita Armand. Chrysler Freeland, whose resignation as Finance Minister last December helped oust an increasingly unpopular Trudeau, is now Minister of Transport and Internal India. Former Goldman Sachs banker Tim Hodgson takes over as Natural Science Minister, replacing Jonathan Wilkson, who was dropped from cabinet. Carney says Canada must spend billions to start shifting the economy's focus away from the United States, and is also promising to reduce public spending.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
Melanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions.
I, Francois-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Mexico will tighten the flow of cattle from the south of the country to limit the potential spread of the screwworm, the nation's agriculture minister said on Tuesday. The screwworm, which can kill cattle or other hosts within weeks, has recently been detected in the south of Mexico and has caused the U.S. to suspend cattle imports from its neighbor. Mexican Agriculture Minister Julio Badegui, speaking at a press conference alongside President Claudia Sheinbaum, said a series of measures are being implemented, such as reinforcing the control of cattle movement, and that authorities will make a sweep of ranches from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific, inspecting in states including Veracruz, Oaxaca, and Guerrero. The minister ruled out closing Mexico's southern border to cattle from Central America.
And on May 10th, we were notified that they were going to close the border. I was finally able to speak with Secretary Rollins, referring to U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, on Sunday, May 11th, and we agreed on a temporary suspension for 15 days. A period in which we are going to see what new measures to take, what we can reinforce so that in 15 days they make their evaluation and open the border again, which is what Mexico expects. We agreed on a series of measures that are already being implemented, such as reinforcing the control of cattle movement. We are going to make a sweep from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific, from Veracruz, all the way to Oaxaca and southern Guerrero, visiting 100% of the ranches to inspect. We are having daily meetings with APHIS, referring to U.S. Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. We are doing everything that is materially possible to do. Closing the southern Border is a very complex issue that must be analyzed very carefully because it also has an impact on the national meat supply, so it is not so simple to do so. We are going to significantly strengthen the restrictions on the movement of cattle in the south of the country.
The U.S. and Mexico had reached an agreement last month on the handling of the damaging pests which can infest livestock and wildlife and carry maggots that burrow into the skin of the living animals, causing serious and often fatal damage. A delegation of Waorani indigenous group leaders representing the organization of Waorani of Pastaza marched through Quito on Tuesday. They demand that Ecuador's constitutional courts protect their rights to decide on their territories through prior, free and informed consent and self-determination. The event is related to a decision expected by the courts to halt a government-promoted oil auction that threatens indigenous lands. According to OAP's statement, the oil auctions endangers over 3 million hectares of Amazonian indigenous territories, prompting calls for the courts to address the urgent need for cultural interpreters and territorial hearings. Chinese President Xi Jinping held a welcome ceremony for his Brazilian counterpart Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in Beijing, followed by the bilateral meeting on Tuesday. China and Brazil pledged on Tuesday to defend free trade and multilateralism, signing a string of agreements in Beijing to strengthen their ties amid global uncertainty triggered by U.S. President Donald Trump's import tariffs. Lula is in Beijing for a 4-day official state visit and to attend a high-profile forum in Beijing along with other Latin American and Caribbean officials, including Chile's President Gabriel Boric and Colombia's Gustavo Petro. Tuesday's meeting was Lula's third with Xi since taking office in 2023, underscoring Brazil's warming relations with China, its largest trading partner. Brazil's all-time leading scorer Marta has been recalled to the squad for the first time since last year's Olympic final for a pair of friendlies against Japan. Coach Arthur Elias announced on Tuesday when naming the 39-year-old. Marta, widely regarded as one of the greatest women players of all time, had announced that she would retire from international duty following the 2024 Games in Paris, where the striker claimed a third Olympic silver medal. But the Orlando Pride player is back in the squad as Brazil prepared to defend their Copa America title this year. Marta extended her club career earlier in 2025 by signing a 2-year contract extension with the NWSL team, ending speculation she was set to be hung off the boots for good. Brazil hosts Japan on May 30 and June 2nd, with the final squad for July 12, August 2nd, Copa America in Ecuador set to be announced before an away friendly against France on June 27th. And as it is our break, thanks for watching. Join me in another few minutes for the morning show. Just stay with us. So everyone, that is anyone, is eulogizing the man who had passed on. I'm talking about Edwin Clark. Yesterday was his final rites, and he would be entered 6 feet beneath the soil. And if you look at the number of persons who have eulogized him, former presidents, current president even had delegates there, Senate presidents and politicians across board. I really don't know what goes through their mind when they see someone who has, lived this life in Nigeria, being a politician, being an activist, lay bare, helpless. And for crying out loud, he would be buried 6 feet beneath. And the only thing I will remember him for, basically what he did, not the amount of monies he probably may have earmarked. It is going to be about the impact of his life on the Nigerian people. When will these politicians learn at least a thing from the lives of some persons who have lived it and they are gone? Well, I really don't know. Welcome everyone. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. We're up with your morning show by starting on the front pages. So stay with us. We're beginning on the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian this morning, National Security Summit. Stakeholders reject plan, flays stalled proposals, high military casualties. UNICEF links 50% of childhood deaths in Nigeria to malnutrition. Nigeria loses $18 billion to illicit financial flows as debt servicing gobs 70% of revenue. Reps reject bill proposing a rotational presidency. Ganduje wife others to face prosecution as courts reject application over alleged fraud. UTME 19-year-old commits suicide in Lagos over low score. Still on the Guardian newspaper this morning, NITCOM confirms 20 million Nigerians abroad as migration dialogue emphasizes protection. Nigerians brace for impact as U.S. proposes 5% tax on remittances. Wow, this is crazy. Nigeria must work, says Obasanjo, as Lamido seeks closure to June 12 saga. Nigeria must work, says Obasanjo, as Lamido seeks closure to June 12 saga. All the details you can find on the Guardian newspaper. And now to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation, why we are not applying for loan by Southeast students. Agriculture grappling with challenges despite efforts. Still on the Nation, I remain focused on reforms despite criticism, says Tinubu. Excuse me. Lamido asked federal government to pay 45 billion naira owed Abiola. I remain focused on reforms despite criticism, says Tinubu. With a rider, Lamido asks federal government to pay 45 billion naira owed Abiola. Court fixes June 27th for judgment in Natasha suit against Akpabio and others. All the details you can find on the Nation newspaper this morning. And now to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch, political firefights. Hierarchy panel mobilizes PDP bigwigs against defections. Fuel import ban fears reignite Dangote at marketers' row. Fuel import ban fears reignite Dangote and marketers' row. 9 banks earn 2.3 trillion naira interest on 61.6 trillion naira loans. 9 banks earn 2.3 trillion naira interest on 61.6 trillion naira loans. Still on the Punch, federal government voided June 12 to avoid paying Abiola 45 billion naira. That's coming from Lamido. Mass failure. Jamb VCs to review UTME results Thursday. Jamb VCs to review UTME results Thursday with the writer, rectors, provosts, principals, examiners to meet Jamb chiefs. Candidates decry results discrepancies. Tinubu Akpabio governors pay Clark final respects. Cash transfer missed millions of needy Nigerians. World Bank. And still on the Punch, Tinubu Akpabio governors pay Clark final respects. Cash transfer missed millions of needy Nigerians, says World Bank. Obasa, APC protesters clash over local government primary outcome. U.S. shares Wigwe's helicopters crash reports with federal government. U.S. shares Wigwe's helicopter crash reports with the federal government. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Daily Times, Tinubu, Jonathan Akpabio, Bovoweri, others eulogize Clark at funeral. Nigeria to integrate 10 million out of school children by 2027. Senate moots altering FAAC composition to include local government reps. Koshodo remains PDP acting national secretary, says NWC. Deploy swift military action to tackle Boko Haram insurgents in Northeast, says Senate. West Africa security and political economy. You can find out the details of that and more on the Daily Times newspaper. And this final one, court decides Senator Natasha's fate on suspension contempt, June 27th. All right, that's all on the headlines, on the details this morning. We're back to the studio with Chris Maduka joining us for the review. Good to have you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning to you.
And good morning, dear viewer from across the globe.
Indeed, this is renewed attacks in the Northeast on military bases, not just on civilians this time around, it's on military bases. I mean, we've seen this wave in the past under Buhari, and now it looks like it's coming back. I really don't know whether we have done so well, because if you look at the numbers in terms of the amount of money that has been built to fight insurgency, we're talking 19 to 20 trillion since 2015. And then you wonder whether really we are headed anywhere with this fight.
For the insurgents to leave what they usually call the soft spots and go for the barracks, they are making a strong statement, and which nobody should ignore. You know what I mean? You know, when you see, there used to be those days, because in terror and banditry, there's no rule of engagement. So they choose where to attack. But now that you find out that Nigeria, for the last 20 years, keep telling us that they are fighting terror. And we find some people who disagree at the strategy we are using. And the terror themselves, the terrorists, these people, whoever they are, have summoned courage to renew attacks on military bases. And they go there and make a mark that they are not joking. I told you sometime there is a masquerade near my village, a village near mine. They call it Opanga. He said, if you do not dance Opanga from that village, I'm sorry to say, it's Ichida, because the village in Orumba, I think in Aguata or Orumba, in Anambra State. They say in that village, the Opanga is a masquerade, very popular masquerade. If you do not dance it like you are mad, nobody will know you are dancing Opanga Ichida. The music of banditry and terror in Nigeria has reached crescendo. With these statements that the terrorists and bandits are making with attacking Nigerian army military barracks and bases, it has gotten to that level. I don't know what else to say. Because we saw the viral video of the Borno, Maiduguri military base, what they did there. And the army people are crying and just opening the corpses and looking at the faces, identify faces of probably friends they had the breakfast with. The next moment they are cut down. And they are not prepared for what situation. You find some people who among the security saying that there is a problem among the hierarchy of giving orders to attack back. With the money you quoted that Nigeria has spent on fighting terror, you keep wondering what they are buying and giving our army, our military and security people. Are they buying biscuits with those money? You were saying something like 19 trillion or something. Is it dollar or naira?
13 trillion naira.
Now, whatever it is, whichever currency, that is enough to build military ammunition factories across 36 states of Nigeria and still have change. And if we have spent that, and our military boys in the front line are still crying that the sophistication of the bandits and terror, fighting them, and what they are holding is incredible. You wonder what we have used 19 trillion to do. You know, from the point we are talking, we are just analyzing the situation. There are people who are sitting on top of the situation. The view is clear. Whether they have deceived us, whether they are telling the truth, only God in heaven. Because we do not have the mirror to x-ray the mind of our people. But we tell you, I'm a Christian, and the Bible I read tells that the human mind is extremely wicked and cunning. And what is playing out in Nigeria in certain cases, where you cannot put two things to make a meaning, you can only give it to the human mind. Who conceives such things are wicked? What else can I say? Because every day, these are Nigerians. Beyond the vulnerable people in their villages that are wiped out, they have now renewed attack on military barracks where we find our soldiers crying like babies. Something is wrong. And the sooner the federal government of Nigeria begin again and call serious, if you call extraordinary emergency, and declare extraordinary emergency on security. We are not dancing that Banga of banditry and terror like we are mad, because it's gotten to that level where everybody should dance it like.
I'm just really pained about this development. The president is, I don't know, every government that comes in wants to put more monies in security, and over the years it doesn't look like security has improved. It gets worse by the day. You know, I don't know whether it's in any way tied to elections, because at some point we had some quiet, even under Buhari. At some point we had some quiet in his first tenure, and then as we're building up to the 2019 election, we started seeing this heightened insecurity. The same thing with this administration. And when this man started, we were not hearing some of these things. And now we're already, what now is talking about 2020, and all of a sudden, we are seeing people overrunning villages. Look at Benue, look at Borno, look at Niger. It's just everywhere.
Now, link it to what I said of the human mind being extraordinarily wicked. If during, you say we have muted the idea of 2027 for presidential election, and things are building up, and people feel like we are just suspecting that it might be part of the reason, looking at over time how it has happened in the last 10. So you may not be wrong, and you cannot predict what people can do to gain political advantage over anybody. Now we have the kind of politicians we have this generation, this era. Because I remember Azikiwe, Nnamdi Azikiwe, of blessed memory. He said, and he was clear, that I will never hit below the belt to gain any advantage over my political opponent. You know, in boxing bout, if you hit below the belt, it's a fatal error and you can be disqualified. Now, if somebody could use the Idi Aminic approach in Nigeria election, yes, it's Idi Amin that told his people in that film we watched, the popular Idi Amin, whether it's true or false, because that film was sponsored by the foreigners and they were directed and protected Idi Amin Dada. We read a portion of that film that I always quote, where Idi Amin told his Wale Mungu, he said, go to the borders of us, between us and Tanzania, just kill few of our men, and we'll tell the world that Tanzania, Walimu, Tanzania, the president, Nyerere, attacked us first. It's also, as far as it's concerned, it's a strategy. If anybody consider himself that the blood, that the human blood run his vein, and that the iota of the godliness that is dropped in him that makes him human is here, and is playing politics with the lives of human Nigerians, to use the Aminic approach of going to cause trouble, inferior, kill some people, or sponsor people to come kill, so that you destabilize President Tinubu, who goes with the Escalade and goes with presidential flight of jets, and is the commander of he can decide to command all the military and security personnel to resume in Asorok to protect him. You think you want to go to the remote villages and vulnerable farmers are decimated and killed, wasted, raped, and put in psychological, unquantifiable psychological trauma, and you see children watching their parents killed. If you think you can use that to sway, to make political points, good luck to that person. You know what it means? The measure, I've lived some years in this earth, and I've seen it, and I will tell you. Whatever measure you use to measure out to people, God in heaven always bring it back. Somehow, some people, when their measure comes, they won't know. They will be crying. But if they look back, because human beings can easily forget. I might do something wrong today to gain advantage. I think when my children and children and great-grandchildren begin to reap this effect, and nobody will remember what I did. But I come from a tradition in Igbo land where we believe that tomorrow, that today will determine tomorrow.
Indeed. I mean, for this particular story, Reps is rejecting a bill on rotational presidency.
I was interested in hearing that, and I said, if every effort we are making to bring Nigeria together in unity, if rotational presidency and 90 million flies cannot be wrong when they were saying that rotational presidents can bring some calm and saneness in our political circle. And the people we voted to go to National Assembly did not consult, we didn't know where they called for public hearing on rotational president. Something as critical as that. But when it comes to certain things that we hear them calling for a public hearing, we never had a public hearing on rotational presidency in Nigeria. And they felt that representing Nigerians at the National Assembly, and they sat among themselves. If you check their population, assuming where we are using the whole National Assembly, 109 senators, 347 or so of the Federal House, put them together, minus it from 240 million. Those are the people who sat with our mandate to decide that rotational presidency is not important in Nigeria for the unity of this fragile nation. Then what they are telling us is that Nigerian presidency is open to state of nature, where the survival of the fittest works. Once it gets to another 4 years round of national election, it is fight for everybody. Onye bute nwa ibi enya welube. If I kill you first, I become president. If now you kill me first, that's what they are trying to tell Nigerians. They put Nigeria to it because it would have been, oh, it is the turn of the North to give us president. So the Northern Nigeria, go search among yourself, present for us about 10 people from yourself who you think are qualified to be Nigerian president. We, as Nigerians, will vote for them. It become a known fact. If it's a one, what they should be even tenor, one thing that I've mooted, is it going to be 1 tenor or 5 years, 6 years? So that this madness will reduce. And the kind of money we waste in elections, it will bring a lot of sanity in Nigeria. They, in their wisdom, said rotational presidency is no. Charles, you can only be as good as your boss say you are. They are our bosses. They are not our servants. The bosses we sent to National Assembly said rotational presidency is jettisoned. They've not told us the alternative. Because if the people suggested the rotational presidency, you say no, they will come out and make it law, what it is. And they define it in a language we understand. But I tell them, if rotational presidency does not work, what works is state of nature presidency, where survival of the fittest work. Dog eat dog, rat race presidency. That's what they fit for Nigeria. And I think this is what is playing out. Whatever we sow, we reap. It doesn't matter. Government is continuing. If you send a fool to National Assembly to represent you, whatever decision that fool makes for you is binding on you. So Nigeria deserve the kind of National Assembly they have. Whether they voted them, whether they rigged themselves in there, and whether they are there, whatever they are doing now, they are speaking on behalf of Nigeria. So the job for Nigerians is to decide, is this the kind of National Assembly they deserve? If they keep quiet, it means they accept what they have said. My voice might be minority. If you ask me, rotational presidency will bring a lot of saneness and sanity in our political politicking, or whatever we call it. Because before I bite my tongue, because when you're talking about Nigerian politics, you are not careful, you bite your tongue.
Interesting. If you look at the Senate House right now, APC is taking the highest share. APC is now 68. The PDP has 30, the Labour Party has 5, and SDP has 2. NNPP has 1, ABGA has 1, and 2 seats are actually vacant. This is the latest with the defections that we saw from Kebbi State yesterday. There are still some defections going on in the Senate. So ABC is
if you're a fisherman, you put your one, you put the line and sinker, and then in one just go, you make 7 fishes in one draw instead of one small fish. You find 7 heavy fishes. Is it not a miracle? God is the miracle of APC of 2025. It's on record. And like you said, it's too early because you even said yourself that more fishes will go into the hook of APC and they draw them. And when they finish gathering all the fishes, we now decide how we will roast it. Because either we are going to dry them, or we're going to eat them flesh, or is it pepper soup, or whatever we want to use to do a goosey, or the one, we separate the fishes when we gather them. But this is the time for gathering of the fishes. And the fishes, more fishes are going towards they call it, what they call those things, the things that fishermen put on the hook to attract fish. So whatever it is, that the APC have dropped their own in the sea of Nigerian political fair, and they are drawing and more. Some even attracted, and then if you see the other fellow fish rushing to go at you join, because that's attractive, and that's the strategy. It's wonderful political strategy. The APC is come in Nigeria. We issued chairs of political offices in all the political departments in Nigerian universities. The APC strategy of fishing for opponent politicians should be studied. And I think he's breaking record. Right. They should get Guinness Book of Record. award. APC.
Is it a sign?
Duale.
Is it a sign that they would win the 2027 general elections?
My people say, "Abronye police in Ekpebu." Might be fighting with you. Rush to the police station and call the police. When we get to court, the court will decide. So it's not the who first call police in a case that will go to court and win. Nigeria political soup, I've told you, the condiment, the recipe is being studied in the Harvard School of Cookery. They've not released it because if you release it too early, it might have too much pepper, too much, in fact, it might have too much meat, which the dietitians might say is dangerous. So they are still trying to balance. Only 2027, and God in heaven will balance this soup. Once with that time we balance it, we can now talk about, because for now, it defies description. You can't even describe. You can't.
Right.
Pay Abiola 45 billion naira owed to him. That's coming from Lamido. And then more things are being exposed. According to Lamido, who is not a walkover in Nigeria political scene, he said part of the reason that the June 12 was annulled was this 45 billion naira owed to Abiola. If you put it together, this is another thing that can get you to go and begin to, when you are sleeping in the house, there are people, children will asking, Daddy, why are you not sleeping? He said, you are calculating how 45 billion, the relationship, 45 billion and presidency. Because if you are owing him 45 billion, he refused to pay him, you would allow him be the president, he will collect 45 billion from whichever source he wants and propose, because whoever is at the Aso Rock, disposes things according to his taste, and and other things. So I don't know, but this is another revelation. For whatever reason that you use, because of 45 billion at that time for Nigeria would have been, nobody will even know they remove anything to pay Abiola. And then we don't know what business Abiola he did for Nigeria, service he provided for Nigeria, and then Jamb, the VCs, the principal officers, rectors are going to meet this Thursday. I think today is Thursday. No. Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah. To
review. After Jamb has clearly planned what they did and made sure that nobody, that less than, I don't know how many percentage of Nigerian children. Some children have sued Jamb to court. And this is them. We open our eyes, cause wahala for Nigeria. We call long committees to review. So now the court will be the people like Nigerian politicians who decide who goes to university. Kudos to Jamb, to Ale. Your strategy is wonderful. Very soon now, if you go to sit for Jamb, they say go to court. If you want to go to university, it's not more Jamb that. And I say it again, Jamb, you overrated, and you are playing with the lives of Nigerian children. Something needs to be done. And if there's no competition to challenge you, you will play on this monopoly for too long. Jamb, you overrated. Nigerian children do not need Jamb to go to universities. Let the universities set their standards, set exams, let people sit. The one that takes you, polytechnics and all the tertiary institutions. This issue of lining up for Jamb is not National Assembly, it's not national cake. Nobody should line up for collect national cake from Jamb to go to university. It is an error. It doesn't happen in other countries of the world. Jamb, you overrated. God bless Nigeria.
All right, we'll leave it there. Many thanks again, Chris Maduka, for your insights on the dailies. We're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind or far. Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
City of Kebbi has been grappling with an inconsistent power supply for quite some time now. The erratic electricity has become a norm, with power outage occurring on hourly basis, sometimes lasting for several hours. This has severely affected business owners in the city who are struggling to cope with the situation. Suraj Danjuma, a Kebbi State resident, emphasized on how the low voltage poses a significant risk to the safety of people as it can lead to electrical hazards, appliance damage, and even accidents.
It's trying to affect some of our electronics by tripping up and tripping down. Sometimes you see the light given to us, if it's so bright, at the end of the day again, it will low, which is affecting some of our electronics, especially for those that are using freezer nowadays. We cannot be able to leave our freezer on because of the light issue, because the light is not stable as usual used to be before. But when we try to discover that the NEPA has issues,
Usman Muhammad, a welder, speaks on how he spends money on fuel due to the inconsistent power supply, which has affected his work and has caused great financial loss. Umar Abubakar Dina, Regional Technical Manager, Kaduna Electric Distribution Company, Kebbi State, sympathized with Kebbi State residents for the power outage as they are working tirelessly with the government to address the situation at hand.
We want to use this medium to register our sympathy to the Kebbi State citizens. Actually, the cause of this outage in Kebbi State, it happens as a result of a windstorm damage which resulted the breakdown of 3 number towers that emanate from Kaenji down to Kebbi State. Presently, it affects not only Kebbi State, but also Sokoto State, and then Niger also is affected. And then state and federal government, the TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, has mobilized the contractors. They are currently now on site, ensuring to restore normal supply to Kebbi State. Then from our own site, Kaduna Electric preferred a temporary solution by rationing the supply from Kaduna down to Zamfara, moving to Sokoto, and then finally to Kebbi. That is what we are receiving now. The supply we are receiving now is not enough, we know, but this is a temporary solution. We want the community, the citizens, to bear with us that by the grace of God, everything possible is doing to ensure normal supply is restored.
Residents of Kebbi are calling on the government to address the issue of inconsistent power supply, which they believe is hindering the city's economic growth and development, as the temperature rises to 45 degrees Celsius. Business owners are also urging the authorities to find a lasting solution to the problem, which would enable them to operate efficiently and effectively. From Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin reporting for Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. Charles here. Hope you're good. So we're switching gears to talk about something quite important. I mean, we have spoken a whole lot about creating wealth. I mean, some few years back, when you talk about wealth, you're talking about maybe doing real estate, maybe basically buy lands in one place and maybe living it for a long time so you could, appreciate. Some others who want to do business. But these days, when you talk about leveraging technology, to make money, there are a lot of people who are on this space who are making a lot of monies, but it does look like Nigeria hasn't scratched the surface. We have with us live in the studio, not necessarily the studio, on the Zoom platform, all the way from Canada, Engineer Somtochukwu Mbelu. He is an AI ethics and data governance expert. He would speak to us about leveraging technological innovations for wealth creations. Somto, are you there? Good morning. Okay, Somto, can you hear me? Engineer Somtochukwu Mbelu, can you hear me? Okay, I really don't know what platform that you use, really. I really don't know what platform that you use. I mean, there are several platforms that gives money these days. There are people who are on YouTube, there are people who are on TikTok, there are people who are on Facebook, even though there are people who have said clearly that they don't know how to go about these things. But again, you just have to learn it through. But again, there are so much monies in technology that most Nigerians are not really leveraging. We want to talk about how Nigerians can leverage it and how our government can even assist in doing that, and what can people start doing in this regard. Engineer Somtochukwu Mbelu is an AI ethics and data governance expert. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
All right. Somto, I can hear you. Thank you for joining us. How do you do today?
I'm doing well. Just to correct, I'm not an engineer, so I think that's an error. And the information provided. But I'm happy to be here once again. How are you doing, Charles? It's been a while.
I'm fantastic. Many thanks for joining us. Straight to the point. I hear these things a lot, that Nigeria hasn't scratched the surface of what technology, the wealth in technology could give. Why hasn't Nigerians or Nigeria as a country leveraged the opportunities that is inherent in technology?
I wouldn't say Nigeria hasn't done enough or is not doing enough in the area of digital technology and digital transformation, because almost technology is moving very fast, and globally, countries, organizations, companies are all trying to, play catch up and trying to really, follow up the trends of digital technology and, as we call it today, artificial intelligence. Nigeria as a country is also doing its best to also, follow up this trend in terms of, building its own infrastructure, also building its own talents to ensure that, it moves with the trend of advancing digital transformation through artificial intelligence and technology. And I must give it to the young, vibrant, honorable minister of technology, who you could see is doing absolute, I think, Minister Bosom, who is doing an absolute, amazing work in terms of, helping and supporting, building young talents on various government initiatives, and I can see this is not only what is happening in the federal level, it's also being cascaded to the states level too. Yeah, and you could also see what happened in ENUGU State, 6 days ago, on the Coal to Code, conference, where the advancing conversations around using technology to advance the economy and to, of course, boost employment and all that.
All right. For you, what are the several platforms that are easy to engage that someone could start at least making monies?
Oh, interesting. There are a lot of platforms, right? And it depends on the type of technology one is working on, right? And of course, we could also see take to the aspect of media, content creation, where you could see that most young people now are content creators, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We could also see the rise of gig workers. Many years ago, there was nothing like content creation. There was nothing like the word buzzword influencer. We could also see that this is also adversely affecting our traditional media organizations, right? Where most of these advertorial gigs are now pushed to these influencers, and most of these influencers, are young people who are, producing content, for our companies, small scale businesses, and big organizations, and we could see how this has created a huge employment for this set of young people. Moving forward from that, we are also moving to the era of, like I mentioned, move deeply into artificial intelligence, where now you have, people who work remotely. So you can be in your village, in the Ngo or Udi, and you're working for a global company in the US, or you're working for a global company in London, or somewhere in Japan, either as an executive assistant, online assistant, or you're working as maybe a data analyst, or you're working as a project manager, different tech positions that that have provided opportunities for young people, to make global impact, from anywhere in the world. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, things like this were not really possible, right? We could also see that it's really engaged our young people. And the amazing thing about these opportunities is that you don't need to, be extremely educated. Most of them, you just need basic, computer knowledge for you to be able to really, get to work on these platforms. So with your phone, you can make money. With your phone, you can make impact. So that is why, young people are saying, as you have your phone, you have to start looking at ways you can also make money from your phone. And we could see that in the rise of innovation, technology, and digital transformation in this age.
Do you think young people across Nigeria are actually leveraging these things? Because every now and then I hear people speak on the opportunities that are inherent on this space, but yet you see the number of unemployed Nigerian youth on the streets not leveraging these opportunities. Like, do you think that Nigerians themselves, Nigerian youth, don't think there's an opportunity there, or maybe the process is so cumbersome and so hard? Because, the content creation you even spoke about, you would need, well, not necessarily a very good phone, but a phone that you could use to do your videos, and then you could also need editing skill to do that. You would need some monies as well, because you need data to upload, to download to, You also need to be mobile, so to speak. What I mean by mobile is at least you should be able to go online to see what's going on in order to create content around it, so to speak. So I'm just thinking, like, why do we have so much unemployment and yet we have these unbelievable opportunity on that space?
Well, Charles, when it comes to the issue of unemployment, I have to tell you that unemployment is a global issue, not just a Nigerian issue. Canada, US, and other countries of the world are also facing their own bit of employment and instability in economy, right? I'm not cutting the slack for the Nigerian government in where things are run in the country. But at least I have to say that when it comes to employment and people, young people having that, well opportunity, it's not since after COVID-19, the world has never been the same. Also, issues around having young people having access to, telephone. Who are those young people who are always commenting and, making some hideous content online or chats and all those platforms? The same young people, right? So I don't think it's also a lack of not having access to these telephones or the data. I think it's also a thing of focus and change and also transforming or changing the mindset of young people to say the same phone you're using to for leisure, the same phone you're using to while away time can be used to make money, right? Because Nigeria has the largest, amount, at least I must say, going to have largest amount of young people or young people under 18 in the world, right? And I must tell you, you'd be amazed the number of mobile penetration, mobile access or internet access these young people have in their hands. But the question is, what are these young people doing with this telephone or these platforms? So there has to be very solid and constant sensitization and and also building of digital skills, right? I can't also attend to the fact that well we still need to build our own digital skills. We need to mentor these young people and build these skills, but there has to be advocacy around it that you can also use your phone. You can also learn these things online. You have YouTube. There are platforms on YouTube you can join and you could learn different skills. So the question is, we have to start talking to our young people to say, with your telephone, you could do a lot of amazing things, So instead of using it to go the other side or do things that are unproductive, you can also make money with this telephone.
What role do you think that the government policies can play in helping, with leveraging these opportunities? Do you think that their policies are working? And what should they be tweaking? What should they be doing? I understand that this current administration had some sort of meeting with the Meta group about how easy it will be for Nigerian youth to get monetized on Facebook. But even at that, you really don't see that much, in that regard. What policies specifically should we be developing? The current one, is it working? And what role does the government have in this regard?
Well, I think that government should make conscious effort to develop policies that reach the people. Nigeria has one of the finest policies. They make one of the finest policies, But the question is, how are those policies being implemented? A common man on the street, do they feel these policies, right? These are the questions we need to start asking ourselves. I'm also a strong advocate. I could see what the executive governor of Enugu State is doing, rebuilding recreational centers that have been there many years ago, abandoned in different localities, so young people can have access to those recreational centers, right? I think one at Bidright and one at different places in the city. I also advocate as we are building those hubs, it's good that we start building libraries and start designating those libraries as hubs, right? And not just designating them as hubs, helping access to provide them with some technical, provide them with computers and digital facilities, so that young people who do not have access to technology or no access to things that can come there and use those facilities. Here in Canada that I stay, government have nice libraries for different municipalities, and these libraries are equipped with different digital digital equipments. And you don't need to have money to access these things. You don't need to pay money to access them. Already as a citizen, you can go there and access these platforms. Either you borrow any digital products, you could use the computers for free, use the internet for free, and borrow books for free. So I think these are things, kind of policies that we have to start looking at. How do we start, building libraries, in different municipalities? Enugu State, for example, now the new mayor, the mayor of Enugu North, right? So these are things that young people like, Ibaku should also be thinking about. How do we start, Honorable Ibaku start thinking about how do we start setting up hubs or even libraries so that people in those co-locations, can come to these places and access books, access digital equipment and facilities, and also trainings too. So this will make it easy, for people to also access this, technological facilities and also trainings. And I think I also say the same for the federal government too, right? That they should start looking at things like that. I know they have programs. I think one MTT program, like that they're running for that. They are running in states where young people can have access to different digital skills and tech skills. So, like I said, Nigeria has one of the best policies, but we have to, work and ensure that these policies work for the common good of everyone and for the man in the street. Let's not stop reading them on books, but let's start having access to them.
We're still a third world country, and sometimes some of these barriers come up. Issues of power, issues of internet access. You mentioned the number of penetration, as the case may be. Do you think those barriers, are tenable, are something that we must overcome in order for us to be able to access more tools, to do other things?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Being a digital and AI artist myself, who, over the years I've worked in projects around digital inclusion and exclusion, I must tell you that lack of electricity, lack of facilities as a third world country has also kept us behind in terms of assessing digital skills or, partaking in the global market. So, for example, I've wanted to work with some young people who have hired remotely to work with me, but you can't just keep having complaints. Oh, there's no light. Oh, there's no light. But well, other people around the whole world already have lights, and they are working 247. In fact, that is not an issue to them. So you can see how that particular issue is solved, and young people in Nigeria are being left behind. They are still thinking about electricity. They are still thinking about a whole lot of things, right? Probably of course, lack of good transportation. You know, you can even put it access to Medicare because all these things are interconnected, right? Someone is sick who does not have access to healthcare. He can use all the home money he has saved, to access healthcare, because no health insurance, and the person also do not have lights, cannot afford, the high cost of electricity, or even the electricity is not available, and probably the whole money he has made is used to buy fuel for the generator. So, I said the problem of underdevelopment are kind of, interwoven, and I must say that Nigeria should look forward to look at inwards and see how do we solve these little issues, because these are issues that have bedeviled us in terms of, developing, and, Nigeria standing shoulders to its peers globally. And globally, other tech people are talking about AI agents and all that. Where are our people in terms of, those conversations? So I agree with you, Charles. Nigeria being a third world country, still talking about issues of lack of electricity, talking about issues of lack of access to quality and affordable healthcare, and poor governance. These are things that are keeping us from progressing as a nation.
Yeah. Now, how do you think we can build a digitally, literate workforce? Because I also understand that even in schools these days, the curriculum doesn't even align with today's realities. We still have institutions stuck up on old ways of teaching. We still have institutions stuck up on old ways of doing things. I mean, given that things are changing by the day, the advent of AI is making work a little bit easier than normal. And in fact, before you even bring up a topic, somebody has already written it up already on AI, and then you wonder whether really the advantage that AI is bringing to bear, whether it is going to, in some way, diminish our ability to think through for ourselves or use our brains in doing things. But beyond that, do you think that our institutions must start leveraging a new style of teaching that would, affect the way and manner, the world is changing?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Nigerian schools or university to start looking at how do we revamp our curriculum, to meet today's global needs in terms of technology. How do we ensure that what is being taught in school reflects that is a reflection of what is happening globally. Nigerian university and education systems should catch up with what is happening in technology now, right? And that is the only way we can also build young people who just are not just graduating with certificates, but are graduating with the right skills to compete with the both local market and in global market.
How do you think we can also leverage technologies in traditional activities like agriculture, manufacturing, and even in our medicines? How do you think we can leverage technology in improving, what we have there?
Well, the only way we can leverage technology is to ensure that government has to do the right thing. I have to say that government has to do the right thing, because if our tech people do not have access to electricity or basic information or basic needs, they can't function well, right? Digital technology plays a very huge role in agriculture, in medicine, in entertainment, in different spheres of the economy, even in export, right, and import. But for us to grow as a nation and also start, improving, in this aspect, government has to ensure that the right policies are not just put in place, but the right policies are also implemented. And also, as we're also building this technology, it's also important that government has to start looking towards ensuring that this technology also works for the good of everyone, ensuring that this technology are not just being designed in such a way that they are being put out to make money or to just have this capitalist undertone. We have to start also thinking, as we are building digital technology and artificial intelligence, it's also important that we have these platforms designed and being built responsibly, ensuring that it encompasses the needs of aspiration of individuals and people who will use it. I still believe that Nigeria is on the right track, but government still has a lot to do in providing and promoting and enabling an environment for young people to be able to take their place globally in advancing digital technology, for wealth creation. And also for us as a nation, if you also call as a nation, also come in security, we also know the role of technology in building security infrastructure and architecture, right? So it's very, very important that the country, puts in more effort in terms of investing and putting in money. Money is important. You can't build technology without money. Globally, countries are putting in money. Recently, as I yesterday, I put on my LinkedIn page, the new Prime Minister of Canada, for the first time, I think, in the world, has the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence. You could see that's the forward-thinking nature. And these are the conversations and things we start looking at thinking towards.
Now, on a final note, if you were to advise, a Nigerian youth on what the easiest way to make money is online, legitimately, what would you advise them to go upon, and how do they go about it? Just talk us through it.
Well, I can't. Nothing in life is easy, right? I'll not be among the people that pushes technology or building tech skill as very easy as when you just as walk in the park. You have to put in a time. You have to put in the effort. First, I say, search for what you love doing. Do you like in the area of media, right? You like creating content. You could learn those. There are a lot of people on YouTube. You could follow their pages to learn how these things are done, right? Are you good with data science? You want to get into data analytics, project management, Scrum, Agile, different phases. So whatever you want, the internet is there for you. The internet has all information you need. And we also have our generative AI platforms like the ChatGPT platforms, Grok, and all these online generative AI platforms. You can go to these platforms, and ask them questions. They'll give you step-by-step guide on what you can do, to be able to learn any skill you want to do. But I have to say something. Whatever skill you want to learn, you have to be consistent. You don't expect to go in today and everything works. You have to give it time. Some take 6 months, some take 1 year. But if you put in the work, stay consistent and keep pushing, one day you will break through and you'll be happy you'll be able to learn that skill. And you'll be able to compete with other young people globally. Nothing good comes easy, but with consistency, you will be able to learn those skills and make money off it. And also, of course, impact your country and your environment positively.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Engineer Somto Chukwumbelu. Many thanks. We truly, really appreciate your insights on the program this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. And nice joining you once more, Charles.
Fantastic. All right, we're back shortly after this break for another discussion. Just stay with us.
Indian people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is a morning show here on Signature TV. Charles here. It's 10 after 9 a.m. on this very beautiful day, the 14th day in the month of May 2025. So today we'll be talking about the Nigeria First policy. It's a policy that is all about Nigeria first. I mean, it's reminiscent of what the United States of America under the current president is doing, is saying America First policy. It's just going to be about America First in everything that they do. That it hasn't really gone down well with a lot of persons across the world. It's, of course, dovetailed into a lot of tariffs. But for Nigeria, the president recently molded that idea of basically doing everything across Nigeria. If we cannot use what we produce, then we shouldn't import. But even if we're going to import, it must be at a last resort. But how important is this policy, and how would it in any way develop our fragile economy? We have with us all the way from Birmingham, Ken Agala is a public analyst. Good to have you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Okay. Apparently you're actually in United States. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ken, I mean, we are a country that is so much engrossed in foreign product. Do you think that this would work?
Well, it will work if we have the right kind of leadership. That is because everything about what you're doing is all about leadership and how they drive the policy. It has to start from the top. If the government is sincere about what they are doing, then there are several steps that they need to take. The president needs to walk the talk. It's not just about announcing the Nigeria First policy. There has to be a lot of things to do. Of course, definitely Nigeria doesn't produce almost nothing, and so it will be a bit difficult. There are several things that we need to source from overseas. But if the presidency decides to drive the policy and start from himself, the policy has to start from Aso Rock. There are several things that he has to do. There are several low-hanging fruits that they have to do. I mean, so it's not about just announcing Nigeria First policy and asking others to do as you say and not as you talk. It's important. It's easier for people to do as you do.
That last part of your thoughts is asking people to do as you say, not as you say, not as you do. Many persons have said that if you look at the amount of persons in government, they are just less than 1%, that maybe they can be excused from maybe going on with this so-called Nigeria First policy, that all Nigerians should be involved in this Nigerian First policy. Do you share in those sentiments?
No, I do not, because this 1% also controls about 75% of the entire budget. These are the people that make use of the recurrent expenditure in the budget, which is about 2/3 of the budget. And this is where leadership flows. This is where policy drives from. These are the people that should start driving the policy. You cannot ask the people to drive it because they are because they do not partake in using the most of the budget. Because if you check, like you said, you rightly said, the people in government are not up to maybe 3% or 4% of Nigeria. But these are the people that the recurrent expenditure in the budget services. And these are the people who also somehow to control the other part of the capex, the capital expenditure in the budget. They are the people that also controls it. So there's no way you're going to ignorate them from the whole Nigeria First policy. They are the ones that should start driving the policy by not just by their statements, by their actions, and by the kind of things that they utilize. You cannot tell me that a country that do not have primary health care for women, infant mortality is still high in the country. And we are talking about building conference centers for 36 billion naira, while our women still die in childbearing. Do you know what that means? So it has to start from the top. It's not just telling the people, giving them policies and asking them to run on those policies.
So you're advocating that everyone gets involved. I mean, if we are actually going to implement this particular policy, everyone should be involved, including, in fact, you are saying that you should start from them. Let them show cause. I mean, they shouldn't be going out to buy a Toyota when we have a Nord, for instance, or even an Innocent, for instance, in Nigeria.
Exactly.
So you would wonder, why anybody would think in that direction. But then, the policy in itself, do you think it is well couched? Do you think that Nigerians will buy into it? I mean, we've seen the president travel out of the country when we have a clinic in the presidential villa that is being catered to with taxpayers' money. He barely uses it. I mean, I've also seen, if they want to go for checkups, they don't use it in Nigerian hospitals. They fly out. When they want to buy a vehicle, they tend to be more prone to buying foreign vehicles because it's a thing. So it casts a lot of doubts to the policy in itself. No matter how good intention it is, it might not necessarily work because of this penchant for this foreign goods and foreign products. Do you think it's a problem?
Yes, it is. The presidency, like I said before, has to lead and implement this. As of right now, Nigerians can take anything. So far, so good. I mean, Nigerians have been the people who have been able to resist the most horrific policies. These were people who you woke up in one morning and you increase the price of petrol to over 1,000%, and they survived it. So it means that they are ready to make all manner of sacrifice for the country to grow. I mean, if like before this government came into play, just a few years ago, there was this ban on 41 items by the CBN, including a lot of foodstuff and all that, and they weren't coming in. I mean, it merely shot the price up. I mean, but this government opened it up, and those items, are now, coming in. If you want to drive this policy, of course, there is pressure on the Nigerian forex, and that's why we see dollar at about 1,600. So, what if you want to drive a policy where you depend less on using foreign exchange? So this policy is really, really part of it. So it is the right policy. But like I keep saying, the major thing is implementation. It has to start from the top. Besides that, most of the companies that are doing major contracts like construction in Nigeria, most of them, the major ones, are not even Nigerian companies. And these are jobs that could be done by Nigeria. This is mainly road construction, house building. But when you give it to foreign companies, you realize that you are promoting capital flight, because these companies have to move their money out in forex to their home country, which puts pressure on your FX. So it has to be total. There are companies in Nigeria that could do most of those jobs. It is just road construction. It's not a big deal, So there are several ways the government should take the first step. Like you mentioned about vehicles. Why would you want to tell Nigerians to buy Nigeria first, and you're driving a Cadillac made in America, and you're buying your House of Rep members' cars made from Japan? How do you want to do that? So the thing is that Nigerians can't even afford foreign-made goods at the moment. So already the Nigerians have complied with the policy. It is, like you said, the 1% of the people that should now take the bull by the horn starve themselves of some of those their appetites that they have. Nigerians have already succumbed to whatever can be given to them.
In what ways do you think that this first policy help with local production and manufacturing?
Yeah, in terms of dependence on foreign goods, and it will affect definitely. It's about our effects and our demand for foreign exchange. And it is also meant to boost production and probably exports. But you see, there are so many other obstacles to that aspect. Like I often ask people in Nigeria, why is it that it is difficult? It is easy for somebody in Nigeria to sit down in his house and use his phones to probably buy a vehicle in the US and put it in a ship and bring it to Nigeria without even knowing anybody in the US. You can do all that from your phone and it will just come to Nigeria. Try exporting anything from Nigeria, you will get burnt. So there are several other factors to put. It's not just enough to say Nigeria policy. What is your have you removed those restrictions that has stopped, made people almost impossible for them to export, to move goods out of the country, to earn the foreign exchange you're looking for? There are several factors that have to come into play. It is not just by mentioning a policy that you just go ahead and rest. Policies need to be driven, and they need to be driven by the people who are in the executive.
Part of the things that the policy seeks to achieve is at least growing the manufacturing hub in Nigeria and being able to, cater to the population of the demand of what, the ban on imports would be, and then being able to also export. How do you think that we can balance that out if it's, comes into effect? Because if you close down your borders and saying people should not import things, you are also raising the monies, because by and large, you would have a situation where the first few years there will be some sort of glitch. People trying to, adjust to the main things, the realities on ground. There's also the issue of whether we have the materials to even produce things that are quality. We've heard people say things like, the product, for instance, fake stuff, trying to imitate what, is coming from abroad. So you think whether we have that quality, that standard to be able to manufacture things at this stage? Shouldn't we be dealing with that first before, get it into the Nigeria First policy?
Well, yeah, it's a bit of the two. Government has to also, in its own place, fund the elements that contribute to production. Issues like electricity are still a very big problem in the country, and this is so sad. And this is something that have been consumed all over the world for over 200 years, and people are still, and we are still finding it difficult to get it done. And even those that get it right now at the moment, they have to pay through their nose. They have to pay through their nose. Some businesses in Nigeria that used to pay as low as 300, 400,000 in a month, they now have to cover about 1.something million just to stay in business. So there are several factors that the government has to also, put in place. The skills are there, the resources are there, the human resources are there. It is just the right policies that Nigerians could produce several things. But what are the things that you need to produce? What are your policy on access to finance? What are your policy on access to land? What are your policy on access to land title? These are some bottlenecks that has to be dealt with. I've been in Rwanda some years back, and you can sit down in your house on your phone and get the title document for your land and do several other things. But in Nigeria, go try looking for a CFO. You must have to know the governor or the governor's brother or the governor's cousin. Or so there are several factors to it. So it's not just to say that Nigerians cannot produce anything. We don't have. It's not about the human resources. It's about still those ingredients, those things that are required in production that I've mentioned here so far: energy, electricity, then security. Insecurity is now a huge problem in the country. Farmers can no longer go to farm. If farmers can no longer go to farm, your production is going to reduce. And even those that even go to farm, they do not have the roads for the farms to bring us this product from the farms. And in the next few days, I mean, I've seen a picture where people who grew tomatoes, we are throwing them away because they could not bring it out on time until it gets rotten. So government has to focus more in investments that will create production, that will make the people to start producing. It is not just about mounting these policies. If you mount these policies and you block the border and you do not create the environment for people to produce, you're only going to create chaos in the country.
All right. How do you think that this policy will be able to integrate Nigerians in diaspora like you know, in the scheme of things, in order to help with growth, investments, and development of the country?
Well, yeah, for us in diaspora, you get, at the moment, we're not seeing the required the body language of the government is not attractive enough for us to come and invest. I have several friends who have come to invest in Nigeria, and they got burnt in whatever they were doing. They got severely burnt. I've seen a lot of things like that. So I believe that. Hold on, on the phone. I believe that Nigerians have to be prepared. Those abroad, they have to be prepared mentally for before they could invest in the country.
Right. Do you think there's a role that Nigerian universities should play in this regard, in terms of research on what to really do in order to not just jump in on it? Because the announcement was just made, and the next thing we heard that the Attorney General has been asked to go on and draw up something, and that the President might most likely go into use. So do you think that the universities have a role to play in this regard?
Yes, of course they have roles to play. Maybe in terms of educating people and creating the necessary research institute for some of the new the replacement product lines that we need to get into place to come around. But how significant is that when the universities were expecting, we're seeing a lot of our schools don't even have enough resources to engage in research or several other things. So it's they have a role to play, but the thing is that what are their strengths in being able to do some of these things.
There's also a backside to this particular policy, which is smuggling. If we decide to close the borders and focus on manufacturing within the country, do you think it would increase smuggling, for goods that are banned, for instance?
As long as we cannot produce enough of what we consume, no matter how much you close the border, you're only going to increase the prices of the smuggling and never really pass it to the products. The people have to eat. If you cannot close the borders when you can't produce enough for the country's consumption, So if the last time it was done, it only shot the prices of those goods up. People are still going to get those things. But Nigeria has a large land border, and with corrupt officials at the borders, and also the need that has been created and in the country, you're only going to have a skyrocketing of the products in that are being smuggled into the country, because this will still come in because the people need to eat, because we do not produce enough of what we eat. And this is mainly because of one factor, and that is the fact that insecurity is reducing agriculture in the country. People get burnt. People don't go to farms. In some of parts of Nigeria, people have to pay to terrorists and other insurgents for them to be able to go to the farm, or else they get killed. So it's a total problem, and this happens all across the country. When you have a country like that where people cannot go to the farm except they pay to non-state actors, then you are running into a food epidemic, and then you say you want to clear the border. How do you do that? How do people going to eat?
So if we're to put it in perspective, for instance, because again, do you think we would have a problem with other countries? Because like it or leave it, there are countries that we do business with. It means our policies of trade with them would have to change dramatically. Do you think that we would have a problem with some of these countries that, use our platforms, import goods, and we export to them? Because again, it will require us to think about how we can manufacture some of these products within the country without importing from them.
It's probably not going to affect them because the need is still here. We're not going to meet that need overnight. It's not like we're going to have enough. We're going to overnight produce enough for the entire country, and then we'll stop importation. No, there is still it will probably not hurt them so much. Like I said, the only thing is if we try to do anything like shut the borders completely, we are only going to create an increase in price, inflation in those things, because those things will still come in. The only thing now is that the amount to get those things in the country, the amount of bribe and all that will now increase, and they will pass it to the consumers in the country. So, I mean, our neighbors and our trade partners have completely nothing to fear about this kind of this, because it's not like we're going to we're going to reduce our dependence on several foreign goods. So I mean, even countries like in the United States where I live, I mean, they still import a lot of products into the country. So it's not going to affect our trade with any of these countries.
How do you think that our procurement department across all sectors should be reformed to start thinking about, patronizing Nigerian startups and Nigerian companies? Because again, they probably be used to sending this contract across board. I mean, if you look at road construction around the world, around the country, more than 70 to 80% of the roads that are constructed in Nigeria are actually done by foreign companies. Same with even most of these huge hotels and the likes. How do you think we can tweak our reform for procurement in order for our departments, especially government departments, to prioritize indigenous companies and of course the Nigerian startups?
So our procurement law is also a big problem, and this is because of the method of financing. Our financing method is a system that actually knocks out startups. So the reason why most of these foreign companies are still in charge in the country is because probably they have access to finance and they can wait long. By the time you have a system where startups, are not mobilized for contracts, they are now going to look for funds on their own, which is scarce because the banks are not lending anymore. And even if they lend, you have to bring all sorts of things. Then it's a problem. So the procurement process has to, like you said, be reworked in a way that startup companies are giving contracts to, and a financing process has to be in place to guide them throughout the duration of that project. It's not about go and look at some of the failed projects done by NDDC. You will realize that it is mostly as a function of finance, because by the time somebody finishes a phase, let us say somebody goes to the site and does earthworks and does his stone base and is ready for the next payment, and it takes like a year to come or 2 years to come. By the time the money comes, the earthwork is washed away, and he has to go back. He has to go back again to site to start afresh again. So by the time you know it, that company doesn't last 1 or 2 years, and the company dies. So the aspect that has to be worked in our procurement process is actually the financing, project financing. It has to be done in a way to make sure that the project is still on track.
Great one. I want to say a very big thank you to you, Ken Agala, for your insight on the Nigeria First policy. I will keep building on it because, again, it's not yet in motion. We're still in the works. So in due course, I'm sure that we can call you back again to speak a little more about it. Many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ken Agala spoke to us all the way from the United States. Many thanks for being part of this broadcast. We're back shortly after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow this story objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
So this is going to be a totally different kind of discussions. I mean, you must have heard about politics, you must have heard of economy, you must have also heard of health. But this one is a little bit different, Yes, it affects the health, but in a specific way. We're talking about anti-snake venom remedy. I'll be wondering why we're talking about snakes. I mean, not so many persons are bitten by snakes throughout their lifetime. I know I've heard people bitten by snakes, but it hasn't happened to me. But I just thought that it's important that we speak about it. It's the convergence of orthodox and traditional therapy, the case for anti-snake venom remedy. Habiba Hassan Fakai is in Burning Kirby to talk to us a little bit about this. Good to have you. Habiba, how do you do? Good morning.
I'm fine. Good morning. How do you do?
I'm good. Speak to us about the various types of venom that is associated with snakes, because I know that the kinds of biting that python gives is not the type that is these smaller ones give. So maybe you are the expert. You tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you don't see snakes like anaconda around, and they don't bite. But snakes that bite are the types of the carpet viper, the puff adder, the cobra, black-spitting cobras. And their venoms, let's say, are dangerous. And the fact that this topic about snake is a neglected tropical disease, we found out that it is not being paid a lot of attention. Like you said, you've hardly seen a lot of people being bitten by snakes. And truth is, it is happening, especially in the rural areas where they don't have access to health facilities or services of doctors or antivenom. So I think it's a very important topic and that we should talk about it constantly in order to be able to create remedies for this situation.
Right. So, what does it do to the human body? When a snake beats someone, what does it do to the human body, and how should that person be reacting? What's the feeling like? And because I've also heard people say that they got bitten by a snake that they didn't know. It is possible. So when a snake beats someone, how does the body react to it, and how should the person who's been bitten react?
Okay. There are different reactions to snake bites. There are some snake bites that are not venomous, and there are some that are venomous. What do I mean is, some people have stronger antibodies that can withstand foreign bodies and neutralize them. But others do not have those kind of antibodies. It could be due to malnutrition and what have you. But then, when a snake bites you and then you don't feel anything, it only means that it is not a harmful snake, or that your antibodies were able to fight those antigens, the foreign bodies that have gotten into your system. And how people react to snake bites, people react differently. Some cry, some shout, some just become paralyzed. They don't know how to react when there's a snake bite. But then, what this thing does to your body, there's numbness, there's necrosis. Some even have internal bleeding. A lot. Some have the blood doesn't clot. There is internal bleeding. There's defibrillation. If there is clotting, there won't be defibrillation. But if there's no clotting, there's defibrillation. There's necrosis. The skin is dead. There's paralysis. Some people get their legs get amputated, and so forth.
Okay, we understand that you did a thesis on the extraction of venom, of the snake venom. Can you speak to us about it, and what have been your findings?
Okay, yes. My thesis was on the neutralization potential of Sclerocara baby rootback extract against Niger neighborhooders. That's this black-spitting cobra. And Sclerocara berry is a popular tree, morula tree, and we've been able to use this using other tests and other research from the World Health Organization, National Institute of Health. We've been able to determine that medical plants, like plants around us, can be used as alternatives for antivenom. Why? Because most of these antivenom are expensive, inaccessible in the rural areas. And so even an average person might not be able to afford them because of how expensive they are. But we've been able to state that plants can actually be used as an alternative for antivenom. Well administered, they can help secure a person from danger or even harm that the snake bite might cause.
Wow. So what kind of plant can be used for that?
A whole lot of plants, sir. We have the neem, they also call it the dogoyaro tree. It's everywhere. We have turmeric. We have the morula that I've said. We have the snake roots. We have this other plants. what it's called.
Okay, but how are they being used? How do you use that to extract the venom?
We don't actually extract the venom. What they do is neutralize the venom's toxic activity.
Okay,
What they
so
do is, yeah,
is it that the person drinks it, or they apply it at the place where, you know, the snake had bitten?
you can drink it and then it can be applied on the place the snake is bitten, depending on the kind of extracts you're being administered with.
Fantastic. So what's your interest in it? Why this types of research? Is there a reason why you are embarking on something like this?
I would say the passion to save lives. I've been opportune to be in rural areas, villages, where there are snake bites and then there are no cure. The ones who feel they have the cure either administer it in overdose and then it becomes a problem, or it causes a deformity later on. But then, if I research on these things, find these plants, work on them, see how I can improve them so that I can be useful to man, I think I would have been able to help the country with something massive.
Is this just an academic exercise, or it is something that is gone through research that is proven and that is happening and it's administered? Has it gotten to that point?
I would say a lot of people use it. It has been a research carried out by academics, but they go in collaboration with these locals in order to get these plants. Naturally, I wouldn't know about these plants if I don't relate with the locals or the rural people. So they are the ones who even tell you what this thing does. And you'll be surprised and shocked how you didn't have an idea until you started the research.
So do you consider your research, the outcome of your research,